They are not part of you. But if you give importance to that part which is lost or forgotten near Master's presence, you will be joining with the wrong group. You are giving power to the wrong side. When you give power to the wrong side, you do not allow you to stay in that higher frequency. You do not allow the healing to happen. And mind creates all kinds of doubts. How can healing happen? How can this be possible? Understand? Sometimes I request people who come for healing to stay here for a few days. Every day I will be touching them only once in the morning Sarvadarshan. They will ask, can I go back to my house in Bangalore and come back every day? Tell them, no, stay here. Not that I am going to be giving healing for them 2-3 times a day. They will ask, even if I stay here, I will meet only once you. I tell them, no, not for me healing. That will happen only once. But if you go there, you will be losing the energy, and because you are constantly going to be supporting the other side. They will create all kinds of doubts in you. See, it is such a subtle process of raising you to the higher frequency. It's almost like you have a hologram about you in you. I have a hologram about me in me. Understand? Your conscious mind processes only 400 bits of information per second. But your unconscious mind processes 11 million bits of information per second. 411 million. See the fight. It's not fair. Human beings shouldn't have been put in such worse misery. See, your consciousness processes only 400 bits of information, unconscious processes 11,000 bits of information. So your hologram about you stays in your unconscious. Slowly, when you come near me, my hologram works on that hologram, and the subtle suggestions are given to your hologram, and it is asked to relax, dismantle itself. So this hologram can suggest, can help. Come on, see here. You are born to be healthy. It's like Krishna inviting Gopas and Gopis to play in Vrindavan. They say, no, no, we have too much work, we have to churn, we have to make butter, and we have to take care of the cows, feed them and get milk. Krishna says, fools, even if you do all that, finally I am going to steal that butter and eat. Why don't you work a little bit for your joy also? See, when Krishna steals the butter and eats, he says the futility of life. Understand? He tells you the futility of life. Don't waste your time and life just for the goal. Play it also, enjoy it also. Have Leela and graze the cows, have milk and play with Krishna and churn and create butter. So the very life becomes joy, very living becomes joy. It's like the superconscious hologram inspiring the unconscious hologram. But unfortunately, these guys go and stay back in Bangalore or somewhere and get all poisons fed. They say, maybe the Swami is trying to take money out of you. How can anything happen just by a touch? So many ideas. I tell you, negative ideas are straight poison. And they have 1,000 things to tell about masters. Somebody asked me, why did you allow some controversy to happen around you, Swamiji? I tell them, I need to be compassionate towards the people who don't have any argument, any idea to disrespect me. I supply material even for them. Understand? They really want some arguments, something. They are dying. And anybody wants something so strongly, with so much of urge, it becomes my responsibility to plus them, tadastu. I tell them, all right, have little material. When spiritual seekers ask when I can supply 7,000 hours video for them, why not 7 minutes? Let their urge also be fulfilled. Of course, I did not even supply, they created, that's all. Anyhow, I allow the creation to happen. Understand? So this unconscious mind goes on creating weight on your unconscious holograms, the negativity. That's why the Zen masters say, even what you think is wrong, if it is done by a wise man, an enlightened being, accept it, it is good for you. I have a story for you from this book now. For this I have a story for you. An enlightened being is traveling in the forest. He sees from a distance a man lying down, sleeping under a tree with mouth wide open. And he sees a small snake, poisonous snake, enters into the mouth of that guy. He is so fast asleep, little semi-conscious, that guy did not even realize that snake getting into the system, into the mouth. And this master was not able to stop. He ran, he tried his best to run. He couldn't stop. The snake has already gone in. And he just gave a few slaps to that guy and woke him up. And there were only rotten apples all around. The tree was apple tree. Rotten apples were all around. He was forcing this guy to eat that rotten apples. The guy who woke up, he said, why are you having so much of anger with me? I don't even know you. Why do you have so much of enmity towards me? Why are you doing this to me? Master was not ready to listen. Healthy guy. He is just pushing the rotten apples into his mouth, and he was shouting, screaming, and Master held his head and pushed literally down the throat all the rotten apples and little mud also. And this guy could not tolerate, and he is screaming and shouting, why are you doing this to me? Why are you killing me? And Master did not answer back. The deep compassion. He literally pushed the rotten apples inside his throat. He was made to swallow. In few minutes, because of that rotten apple and little mud, and he felt so nausea and vomited everything out, threw everything out. Then came not only the rotten apple, the snake also. Everything came out. Then the guy fell at the feet of the Master saying, you are Gabriel, our God. Understand? When he asks you to inhale and exhale intensely, and asks you to hold as long as possible, or when he asks you to do some seva which you are not interested. The other day I received a letter from somebody. I am bored of the pep sessions, pep talks about the seva. Understand? They wrote that I can't handle any more sessions without you. And these pep talks about seva are really boring. I am responsible for those sessions. Understand? I am responsible for those sessions. They are the rotten apples I am putting inside your mouth. You think I am doing something wrong to you, or you may not need them. Of course, the devotee wrote with a lot of respect, but unfortunately he is not able to understand. Understand? Whatever you think is good for you, you are ready to accept. Whatever you think may not be directly good for you, you resist. Understand? I know little more than what you need or what you know about you. Exactly. If you have little problem with seva, that is what you need for living enlightenment. If you have little problem, or if you are not that inspired to do seva, like sitting with me is too inspiring, then the seva, forget about all sitting with me, go and do that. That is what is obstacle. That is what is obstacle. I am not teaching you enlightenment by sitting with closed eyes. I am teaching living enlightenment. People tell me, Swamiji, I will take weapon for you. I want you to live for me. Live every moment. Live every moment doing what you really don't like and what I am asking you to do. Understand? What you don't want to do, what I am asking you to do. Live every moment. That is what living for me. I don't want you to take weapon for me. I don't want you to give life for me. No. I want you to live for me. Have this knowledge weapon and live enlightenment. That's what I want you to do for me. Understand? When I am putting rotten apple in your mouth, I know the reason. You may not know. I know the reason. So, whenever the superconscious hologram elevates the unconscious hologram, all other collective unconscious holograms tells that hologram, higher hologram is not raising your hologram. You are being destroyed. Understand? The hologram feels like a Holocaust. Hologram feels like a Holocaust. The unconscious hologram feels Holocaust. No. When the superconscious hologram casts itself on the unconscious hologram, it is not Holocaust, it is holy casting. Understand? It's not Holocaust, it is holy casting. The superconscious hologram is suggesting and reassembling, reorganizing the unconscious hologram to such pattern the health happens. The evolving happens. Actually, for spiritual healing, you don't need anything except the understanding about time. When that superconscious hologram is casting itself on the unconscious hologram, the unconscious hologram needs to spend little time with the superconscious hologram. That's all, nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else needs to be done. Little time. how to spend that time. We'll see tomorrow. I'm going to give series of messages every day just on spiritual healing. For next 1 week, I bless you all. Understand this truth of the superconscious hologram casting itself on the unconscious hologram. Allow the superconscious hologram to cast itself and let the holy casting happen in you. It is not holocaust, it is holy casting. All the collective unconscious holograms shouting towards you is holocaust, trying to stop you getting the holy casting is holocaust. So, let you all experience the presence of the superconscious hologram, experience spiritual healing, live and radiate the eternal bliss, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. My blessings to all of you on this auspicious Ganesh Chaturthi occasion. My today's message is tuning to Ganesha, the cosmic intelligence. Ganesha is the most beloved and friendly god from Hindu tradition. He is very warm, he is so nice. You can relate with him in any way you want, unassuming, undemanding. You can just make a small, you can make him out of a small piece of turmeric or little bit of clay. Out of anything you can make, and he is available. Undemanding. I can say largest worshipped deity in India is Ganesha. Every street will have Ganesha temple. You don't need too much ritualistic, big arranged puja for him. Anybody can worship. A village lady who is taking bath in the river, once she finishes the bath, she just picks up a pot of water, comes and pours the water on small Ganesha deity which is on the banks of the river, worships and goes. You can't worship any other deity so easily without much of rituals and everything. Here is Ganesha, most worshipped, beloved God. His very form is a powerful representation of the cosmos. The yantra, yantra means the form, visual expression. It's a very powerful expression of the cosmic intelligence. If you see, he has 4 hands. In one, the right upper hand is holding the nose, the angusha. The left upper hand is holding the pasha. The right lower hand is holding the tusk, his own broken tusk. And the left lower hand, yes, sweet. It's a very beautiful philosophical representation. See, the nose, angusa he has, it's a very small instrument which can control elephant. The huge elephant can be controlled just with that small nose. It is actually, it represents unclutching. Any size mind, elephant size mind can be controlled by a small key, unclutching. The nose represents unclutching. Unclutching is such a powerful key. It looks very small, but the mind, which is wild elephant, can be just controlled with a small nose, with small unclutching. Left hand, the pasha which he holds, pasha means attachment. He does not allow the thoughts to become attachment. He engrams. See, thoughts, if you add attachment to it, it becomes engram. Because his attachments are under his control, he does not allow thoughts to become engram. One side, thoughts are never becoming engram. They remain as thoughts, because pasha is under his control. The other side, because of angusha, even from the thought unclutching happens. So his inner space is completely under his control because of the angusha and pasha. The upper 2 hands represents the completely peaceful, blissful inner space. And the lower right hand, which holds his own tusk, you need to know the history of the tusk. Once Vyasa requested Ganesha to write Mahabharata, largest poem ever written in the planet Earth, even now, still now, is Mahabharata. Longest and largest poem. Vyasa, still unimaginable genius. If somebody can maintain certain record for 10,000 years, what other word we can use for him except the word genius? Still, nobody is able to grasp Vyasa's achievements. Now we have so much of technology, computer, these, that, everything, but still Vyasa stands. And his record is unbroken. Vyasa wants somebody to pen down, because when the flow happens, it's such an extemporaneous, spontaneous flow, he can't pen down. He has to just open it and somebody else has to pen down. He is not able to find anybody for his speed. So he asks Ganesha, can you pen down? Ganesha says, great, sure, I'll pen down. But the speed I write will be too much. If you are not able to cope up with my speed, I'll stop and go away. Then Vyasa puts a condition. All right, I understand. I am also putting a condition. You should write everything only after you understand. So agreement was prepared. So Vyasa's condition is, Ganesha will write only after completely understands, so that Vyasa will have a few seconds at least. Vyasa can play with words. He's master. Still, I don't know how many times I heard Mahabharata and read. Still, when I read, it is so new, so alive, so fresh. Still, Mahabharata is my time pass. That was the one book I had throughout my present days. That is the only book. Every day I will spend little time with that book. Still, it has so much to offer. We may think, no, in modern society, what Mahabharata has relevance? No, you don't know. Still, it has so much to offer. These are eternal truths, eternal values. So the agreement was ready. Vyasa is supposed to match with the speed of Ganesha, and Ganesha is supposed to understand and pen down everything Vyasa expresses. Started, went on and on and on and on and on and on. Neither Vyasa stopped for food or water or 1, 2, 3, nor Ganesha got up for anything. Whenever Ganesha was finishing quickly, Vyasa put some very complicated words. So Ganesha has to take few seconds and catch up and pen down. So it's like a big game going on. Suddenly, the Ganesha's pen broke. And now, because this class was not there in the agreement, what to do when the pen breaks? It is whose responsibility? Naturally not Vyasa's, because Ganesha is only penning down. It is supposed to be his responsibility. But Ganesha can't miss, because he has given, as per the agreement, Ganesha has to pen down everything. Even if you miss few seconds, some of the great important truths which Vyasa is expressing will be lost, because the expression is happening in full speed. It happened in Badri, the source of Saraswati. That's the place the Saraswati comes out. Saraswati is the source of Ganga, Yamuna, all the Himalayan rivers. Don't think Saraswati means the Brahma's wife. No, not that Saraswati. Saraswati is the feminine energy, feminine consciousness. I had darshan of Saraswati in Badri. It was such a beauty and grace, the enchanting grace. I made our Anandeshwari exactly in the same mold and with the same jewels. Our Anandeshwari is made out of my darshan of Saraswati, the face, structure and the jewels, especially the shoulder jewels and all. You will not see that kind of shoulder jewels in any temple, anywhere in the world. The Sthapati was shocked. What is this Swami? This kind of jewels are never made. I have never seen this kind of design. You are asking me to do this design. Then I had to explain that as I saw her, I am creating that. Exactly our Anandeshwari, how she is looking, the same way, the same dress. Maybe the size was little taller. Saraswati, when I saw her in darshan, she was little taller. Otherwise, same, exact. The hands, the jewels, everything is done as I saw her. The banks of Saraswati. Writing is going on. Suddenly the pen broke. Now what to do? Ganesha, he has to complete, he can't miss. And he can't run for pen. If he runs for one more pen, he may miss few words. And he can't tell Vyasa, stop, stop, stop. I'll get another one pen. No. He immediately breaks his own tusk and starts writing. This shows two things. One, his spontaneous decision making. Two, his courage to sacrifice for the cause. Understand? First thing, he is not telling Ganesha, he is not telling Vyasa, stop, 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 I will run and get a pen. And this was not there in our agreement. No. Spontaneous decision making and courage to sacrifice his own task. See, this writing is one small part of his life. If he tells, wait, I'll go and get, Vyasa is not going to say no. After all, he will be happy, oh, I have a few minutes, I can think little more. But courage to sacrifice That tusk means courage to sacrifice and spontaneous decision-making power. So the upper two hands represents his inner space, pure blissful inner space. The lower right hand represents his ability to take spontaneous decisions and courage and sacrifice for the cause he has taken up. When these three are there, life is a sweet. That is what he means by having the sweet in the lower left hand. The elephant face represents the extraordinary awareness and sensitivity. The elephant's eyesight or the elephant's ability to smell is extraordinary. And his big pot belly represents the whole cosmos. The whole cosmos is inside him. He is the cosmic intelligence. And his mouth represents the playfulness. See, mouse, even though you have little fear, it always creates a kind of a playfulness in you. The playful feeling. Whenever you see it, you start laughing. That is why the Tom and Jerry is so popular. The mouse can create a playful feeling inside your mind all over the world. All over the world in human consciousness, the mouse is always associated with playfulness. He is doing this whole thing so playfully. Tune into Ganesha means imbibe these three qualities. Angusa, unclutching. Pasa, keeping the attachment under your control, not allowing thoughts to become engram. And the tusk, the spontaneous decision making, courage to sacrifice for the cause you took up. And naturally your life will be sweet, like Ganesha's Modaka. Today we celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi. All over the world, in all Nityananda Dhyanapitham centers and temples and ashrams and disciples, devotees' houses, to remember the great happening happened in my life, Ganesha eating the food offered by me at the young age. So today we will be offering 1008 items of food for Ganesha. As our humble offering, as our gratitude. That gave me so much of vidarka. The fools can go on criticize, but I tell you, vidarka is worthy of anything. The fools may criticize, I was hallucinating, or some rat ate and went away when I was unconscious. I know thousands of fools will come who will interpret and reinterpret psychological angle and psychosomatic angle and all angles. How they were interpreting and reinterpreting and commenting on Sri Ramakrishna's life. They will interpret my life also, I know. I'm not bothered about those fools. I know the power of Vidarka, the strong trust he created in my inner space. And such an auspicious beginning, my first extraordinary experience in this body is Ganesha eating the food. Such a auspicious beginning. That is why my life is continuously extraordinary auspicious incidents. Now when I look back my life, that is the way I feel. Some people when they look back their life, they feel it's a long torture. Some people they feel it's a long waiting. Some people feel it's a long running behind wealth. Some people feel it's a long yearning for love. So many people feel so many different way about their life. But my feeling about my life is extraordinary auspiciousness exploding. That's the way I perceive myself. That's the way I feel. All the happenings in my inner space and my outer space, I could see very clearly. Whole thing is auspicious. So auspicious. It's extraordinary. So bring these three in your life. The unclutched, unattached, spontaneous, courage to sacrifice inner space. You will see life in the inner world and the outer world will be sweet, like Ganesha's modaka. And the whole cosmos will be inside you. You will have the extraordinary sensitivity to live and enjoy the inner and outer worlds. I pray to Ganesha, let us all tune into him. Let him express, explode all the auspiciousness in our lives, in the inner world and the outer world. I know Ganesha is happening in our Sangha in a very big way. He has removed all the obstacles very strongly. He is doing it. From today, everything is success and auspicious for us. Let Ganesha bless us all, remove all the obstacles, shower auspiciousness and success on all of us, and let us all achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let him bless all of us to achieve and radiate enlightenment and achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is practicing right listening. Understand, we really never listen at all in our life. See, when your spouse speaks, or when your boss talks to you, or when your friend is talking to you, see exactly what are you doing. You are not listening, you are preparing your answer for them. Even before they start talking, you start preparing your answer. That is why your answer never matches with their question, because you have not heard the question and prepared the answer. You are ready with your answer. At the most, if you are little intelligent, you do little stitching and tailoring. For that question, understand, courage to respond spontaneously to all the situations, and passions to listen is what I call practicing right listening. For practicing right listening, you had courage, you need courage. You need to have passions. First thing, you need to have courage that you can respond spontaneously, And you need to have passions, deep passions, passive attitude for right listening. We are habituated constantly to be aggressive, be prepared with all answers. Almost all human mind is made out of stuff called preparing answers and solution for the problems and questions which does not exist. See, human mind is made of a stuff, material, which is called preparing solution and answers for the problems and questions which does not exist. If you just remove that part from the human mind, you will become enlightened now. Nothing else is required. Remove the part of your mind which goes on creating answers and solutions for the problem which does not exist. You will not have mind. You will have pure intelligence. When I say practicing right listening, I mean find out solution only for the problems you have. Find out answers only for the questions presented in front of you. Don't go on be brooding over. Don't go on be answer solution breeding company. We think we should be a all solution alpha omega company. It is not possible. The fools who try to create all solution alpha omega company just miss the direct simple problem presented to them, because they are too busy becoming alpha omega. They miss alphabets. Art of right listening, science of right listening is don't be prepared, just listen. Just listen. If your spouse, especially your wife, is asking you about some problem, if she is talking to you about some problem, don't think she is expecting solution. She just wants your support, your attention. If you think she needs solution and you start giving solution, she will create the problem much bigger. She will stop only when you accept your failure, you can't give solution. All she needs is just little support. Tell her, oh, nothing, nobody can solve this problem like you. You are the only one who can solve the problem. Nobody can do anything. You are the only one. Nobody else. Just share few words, giving attention. Problem will disappear. You need to know when people talk what they mean, because people don't talk what they mean, they don't mean what they talk. As long as you think they mean what they talk or they talk what they mean, you are in mess. You have not learnt the art of listening. Understand? Usually, when two minds talk, when there is two ends, neither the other person means what they talk, nor you listen what they talk. Two confusions. So chaos. In the ordinary meetings, like two minds, two confusion, complete chaos. So at least let your side, the confusion be absent. Let the confusion disappear. Then you will see from your side all the response will be solution. Whatever chaos getting created from the other side, just see it and solve it. Understand? Communication can happen only if at least one side is ready to listen. If both sides are just preparing arguments and answers, sometime it is really hell. The other will not understand at all from where you are coming. And the same way, you will not understand at all from where the other is coming. Then communication gap, that's the worst thing. That's the worst thing can happen. I tell you, all problems can be solved if the communication gap is bridged. Whether in your office or in your life or in your home, anywhere. If the communication is retained, problem can be solved. If the communication is broken, problem can only become much worse and worse, deeper and deeper. It can never be solved at all. So please be very clear. If you are talking to a person with mind, you just drop your mind. Listen with a deep passiveness without preparing answer before the person ends. Even in the modern day, marketing is no more aggressive, it's more listening. All successful marketing philosophies and ideas are based on listening, not on shouting or aggressive. So understand, whether you want to market yourself or your different qualities or your different products. See, marketing yourself is family relationship. Marketing your qualities is business relationship. Like CEO, you market yourself to your boss. Marketing product is the factory, the consumer and supplier relationship. In any relationship, if you are handling a mind, be passive, listen. The problem may not be exactly what they talk, especially when your boss tells you about some problem. He does not need your attention or solution, he just needs ego satisfaction. Tell him, you are the greatest, you can solve, nothing like it. He needs ego boasting. Just boast his ego, add to his ego, problem will be immediately solved. Even if it is not solved, your salary will be hiked. You will have bonus. Understand, when your wife brings problem, she doesn't need ego boasting, she needs attention. Just sympathize her, cry with her. Nothing can be done. Maybe if something can be done only by you, only a person like you can put up with this kind of problems. Problem will be solved. Because the problem is not coming from fear or greed, it is coming from anahata, attention need. When your boss brings a problem to you, it is not coming from fear or greed or anahata, attention need. It is coming from agnya, ego satisfaction, head. First, have patience to listen. You will know from which center the problem is coming. Then you can address it. You can solve it. Even if you don't solve, keep quiet, knowing from where the problem is coming, it will be dissolved. So, know first from where the problem is raising, from where the solution can go. Yesterday I gave you the method, technique to listen to the no-mind intelligence, listen to the master. Today I am giving you the process to listen to the ordinary minds. When you learn to listen to ordinary minds, communication will happen. When you learn to listen to the no-mind intelligence, communion will happen. Communication will fulfill all your outer world needs. Communion will fulfill all your inner world needs. So, art of listening, art of right listening and practicing right listening, these two is equivalent to Kamadhenu and Kalpavriksha. Kamadhenu is the thing which gives all the outer world needs. Kalpavriksha is the thing which gives all the inner world things. So understand, art of right listening and practicing right listening, these two can lead you to the outer world and inner world fulfillments. Let you all experience and radiate enlightenment. Let you all experience and radiate the Nityananda. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. So today's subject, today's sutra is art of right listening. Listening has been prescribed as a first step in almost all spiritual traditions in the world. Rishis, the oldest spiritual tradition, Vedic tradition, they start with the spirituality with the word Shravana, listening. Buddhist tradition starts the 8 steps for nirvana. First step is right listening. J. Krishnamurti, the modern day master, goes a step ahead, step further, says right listening is God. He gives the place of God to right listening. What is exactly right listening? Hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means sound enters into your ears, gets processed. Either it creates fear or greed or different emotions. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system, leads your system from sound to silence. Understand? It's like almost if the pond is dirty, if you put little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle on the ground. So in few minutes, the whole pond will be clean. Same way, the right listening is put on chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words. Right listening is sprinkled, sprayed, like a lime powder. It will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle down on the ground. Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the Anahata Dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put. Because the right listening is an independent, intelligent technique which can directly lead you to the higher space and higher reality. With the right listening, you will understand the sound waves which reaches your inner space is deeper than the visions which reaches your inner space. When I say this, I mean the sounds which you are hearing now, the words which are entering your inner space are more stronger, more truthful, more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. The wax out of which the scenes are created, which you are seeing around you, is of much lower quality than the words which are reaching your inner space. The sound which I am creating now, which is reaching your inner space, is more stronger base material to create what you want than what you are seeing as a scene. As long as you feel what you are seeing is more stronger reality than what you are hearing, you are in illusion, maya. You are hallucinating. The right listening has not yet happened in you. When you feel what you are listening, the words which are entering your inner space is more powerful than the scene you are seeing. The right listening is happening in you. Sit with deep awareness how the words are touching your ears and reverberating your inner space. You will see the words which are touching your inner space and reverberating, and the reactions created by them, and the space created by them, consciousness happens in you by them, are more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. This is what I call art of right listening. Better I will use the word science of right listening. The word art is too much loaded and unabused by too many people with too many words. Science of listening. As rishis describe, listening in their own way, Shravana, Buddha describes right listening. Krishnamurti describes right listening is God. I'll add my part to the right listening. I'll give you a powerful process for right listening. Bring your awareness to the third eye area, forehead. See very clearly the sounds. Sounds is the right word, not even words. Sounds from the master. How it penetrates your third eye. Please understand, sounds from master reaches your system through your third eye, not through your ears. ordinary words which leads you to more and more words reaches you towards your ears. The words which leads you from sound to silence, the sounds which leads you from sound to silence reaches your system through third eye. Have your awareness in the third eye. See how the words are penetrating and how they are reverberating and what kinds of meanings, emotions, experiences they are creating in your system. Just see the whole thing. Seeing the whole thing is listening. Understand? Listen through the third eye. Whatever happens inside, see it. That's all. This is a powerful process to listen. Whenever you find time, sit with Master's discourses, words, listen through third eye, you will have new understanding. By the end of the discourse, you would have been already put in deep silence. Never ever listen to a person who creates more thoughts in you. Listen to the words and a person who leads you to the deeper and deeper space of silence and higher space of realities. The Master's words come from a frequency where what you are seeing as the world is too small. What you see as the world is illusion in my space. So anything comes from my space and reaches your inner space lead you to the same experience of my space. So any word which comes from this inner space and enters your inner space leads you to the same experience of my inner space. Means this is smaller reality than the sounds created. Sit with this science of right listening. The process of science of right listening. It is enlightenment. I don't want to say it will lead you to enlightenment. It is enlightenment. What Upanishads calls as Shravana, what Buddha calls as Sammati, what J. Krishnamurti calls as right listening is God. I am giving you this process to make all the three as experience into you. My unique contribution to the spiritual tradition is creating processes, sharing the processes with the world to make every truth into experience, reality. So, I'll add my part to the Shravana, Sammati, right listening. This part, the science of listening. Sit with your awareness on the third eye, listen through the third eye, and see how the sounds penetrate your system and how it reverberates in your system. What all emotions, experiences, expressions, ripples it creates, And those ripples and emotions and experiences, where it leads you, just see. You will experience right listening, as rightly said by J. Krishnamurti, God Himself. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujahendaharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayaravinде, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams,
Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is sleep your way to health. I'll define sleep. Understand? First, I'll define sleep. What is sleep? By very nature, by the innate nature, you, the consciousness, reside in pure space, the timeless, formless, nameless space. But because of engraved memories, you see name, form, and go through time. So the inner innate intelligent consciousness wanted to get back to its original state. It just wants to retire, go back to its original state, original space. But these engrams, engraved memories, by its very nature, the engraved memories create name, form, time. But by the very nature, the consciousness is timeless, nameless, formless. When the engrams are active, they create this world and dream. But when the consciousness overtakes, it just rewinds everything, gets back to its pure original state, but the engrams do not die. They only get back to that seed level. So, understand, I'll define sleep. Your innate, intelligent, conscious nature just getting back to its original, nameless, formless, timeless state, in spite of engrams pulling them out to the name, time, form, space, is sleep. It just gets back to its timeless, nameless, formless space. That is sleep. Too much of attachment to what is seen or heard, means the engrams, is responsible for insomnia and all sleep disorders. In your body, in your nervous system, when the consciousness flows, it just packs up all engrams, almost like packing your tent into a small size and retires. The effect of consciousness on your nervous system, the effect of engrams on your nervous system, if they are 50-50, you will have the right experience of world, dream and sleep. If the consciousness becomes less, the effect of engram, if it is more, then naturally sleep disorder, unable to sleep, insomnia. If the effect of consciousness becomes more than the effect of engrams on your nervous system, that is what leads you to the meditative state and superconsciousness. It will naturally first lead to awareness during the dream state, then awareness during the deep sleep state, then awareness during all three states: sleep, dream and deep sleep. Awareness during all three states is what I call turiyaha, fourth state. So understand the whole truth about the sleep. By nature, engrams pulls you out and shows you the time, name, form. By nature, consciousness takes you to the timeless, nameless, formless state. Fight between these two is your life. When the engrams have more power over your nervous system, you see the world and dream. When the consciousness has more power over your system, it rewinds and puts you in rest. But even in the rewinding state, you rewinded your tent, you have not burnt it. So all the engrams gets into the causal state, but not engram free. If the consciousness, the effect of consciousness is too much on your nervous system, then the tent gets burnt. The engrams which are in the causal state, seed state, just gets burnt. It disappears. It's not there anymore. Understand? It's a very important truth. How the three states are experienced by your system, how the fourth state can be experienced in your system. Sleeping your way to health. Understand? The process I am explaining is not even sleeping your way to health. It's only, health is only your one byproduct. Sleep your way to enlightenment. That's what exactly I am meaning. That's what exactly I am expressing. Sleep your way to enlightenment. Actually, if the effect of consciousness on your system becomes more and more, the effect of consciousness, even while your engrams are open. See, when your engrams are open means the tent is fully open. That's a waking state. And the tent is getting dismantled. That's a dream state. Tent is completely folded and kept as a pillow is deep sleep state. In all three states, this consciousness will start penetrating. Means the quality of sleep will become different, the quality of dream will become different, quality of waking state will become different. Own your body. Own your mind. Own your lifestyle. This is the solution, understand? This is the solution for sleeping your way to enlightenment and sleeping your way to health. Own your body. When I say word, own your body, your own body, own it, build it as you want with yoga. Owning your body means, yes, that is the closest object you have. If you don't own your body, what do you mean? It is just there, like a garbage can. For most of us, it's there. Because it is dumped on you, you just dump everything on it. That's all, like a garbage can. Own your body. That's the first step for enlightenment. Sarira matram kaludharma sadhanam. Means it is the body which is base for all achievements. Own your body. Feel it, it is yours. So design it as you want with yoga. Yogic body. Own your mind. It is yours. Design it so that never any suffering can touch you. Never any suffering can happen to you. Your own mind, just this very feeling, my mind, come on. Now I am designing it so that nobody can give me any suffering. No suffering can touch me. Same way, own your living. My life, come on, let me own it. I will make money only the way I enjoy. I will have the pleasures which I enjoy. I will choose my way of life. I will be conscious in every step, see that I achieve what I want. Own your body, own your mind, own your living, own your lifestyle. That is what I call yogic body, Vedic mind, Zen living. Yogic body, Vedic mind, Zen living. Do not live inside a body which is not flexible or healthy. Come on, I am not interested in keeping the body like this. Put energy, time, bend your body, make it yogic. It is your body. Whole day you are living with it. Why are you unaware of it? Whole day let all your movements be such, it continuously become healthy, graceful, as you always wanted it. Own your mind. It's your mind. See that every thought you give life brings only joy to you, brings only bliss to you. Never any suffering, never any disturbance. Your mind, mend it, weave it as you want, train it as you want, tame it as you want. I cannot tolerate people who suffer with engrams, understand? The worst sinners. How can these people say, your mind? How can you say, no, I don't know what to do, I know this is wrong, but I am suffering with it? Why don't you just disappear? No, even that is not a right punishment. My mind, let me own it. It is time, I take ownership. Let me live as I want. Maybe in the past I failed, but now it is time, let me live as I want. Let me design as I want. Own your mind. The mind which is based on Vidya is Vedic mind. Knowledge, truth is Vedic mind. Which does not bring suffering to you is Vedic mind. And Zen living. When I say Zen living, meditative living. Infuse awareness into every action. Walking, talking, sitting, moving, breathing. Infuse awareness into everything. Slow down. In every action, slow down. Let it be more with awareness. That is what I call infusing awareness. Buddha once beaten a fly on his face. Immediately he comes back to awareness and does the same thing again with awareness slowly. Disciple asks, what are you doing? The fly has died. He says, no, that is what. I did it unconsciously. So now I am doing prayaschitta. Doing the same movement consciously. Any movement you did unconsciously, do it again consciously. That is a prayaschitta. If you unconsciously got up from the bed, no, sit again. Move consciously. Bring it back. Bring your center back. Any movement done unconsciously, do it again consciously. And see that you are constantly aware and conscious of everything. You will easily sleep your way to enlightenment. Whole day when you are aware and conscious, whole night you will be aware and conscious. Whole night being aware is sleeping your way to enlightenment. Understand these three things. First, the truth about sleep. By your nature, you are timeless, nameless, formless. But the engrams create the name, form, time. The world. So, when your nature takes over you, takes over your nervous system, it rewinds itself, recoils itself, recalls itself to its nature. So the tent is packed. The packed tent, see, the open tent is a waking state. Tent getting dismantled is the dream state. The packed tent is the deep sleep state. Too much of interest, attachment in the engrams creates sleep disorder, insomnia. Reducing the engrams into thoughts by removing attachment. See, the pillars which holds the tent is attachment. The cloth is thought. If the pillar is not there, it can be just winded up and kept under as a pillow. Pillar is attachment, the cloth is thought, and the established. Pillar with the cloth is engram. Reducing that engram into thought is one of the best powerful process for sleeping your way to enlightenment. I can give you another one technique, direct technique. Sitting and meditating in the darkness, on darkness, in darkness, on darkness. Which is the nature of deep sleep. Meditate on deep sleep consciously. One night meditation is more than enough to get you out of any sleep disorder. One night, if you can sit and meditate on darkness consciously, any sleep disorder will disappear. Insomnia or chronic fatigue, any sleep disorder will disappear. Vedic mind, yogic body, Zen living will directly lead you to health and enlightenment using your just ordinary sleep. Nothing else is required. Your ordinary sleep will simply lead you to health and enlightenment itself. Understand the truth about the sleep and inspire yourself to live with yogic body, Vedic mind and Zen living. You will sleep your way to health and enlightenment itself. Let you all sleep your way to enlightenment, radiate and achieve enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance and this song and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami
Sadashivasamarambam Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Vedic tradition, the masters of science of holistic living. When I use the word Vedic tradition, I mean a huge, unimaginable civilization. The depth and the breadth in the civilization worked about life, all aspects of life, starting from birth, education, childhood, adulthood, sex, marriage, the way of classifying people, way of leading every individual to the excellence in his own line, law and order, creating wealth, storing wealth and distributing wealth, clothing, food, God. And ultimately the science of leaving the body, death. In every line, the contribution, unimaginable contribution. Just yesterday, I was reading an article, Stephen Hawking taking on God. He says, God has not created the world. Very beautifully he describes. It's a spontaneous happening. Amazing way is described. And all of you may be aware of Stephen Hawking, who wrote Brief History of Time. If I'm asked, I'll keep the book in the standard of Nyaya Sutras and Vaiseshika Sutras. After the Ganana and Gautama, nobody is able to penetrate to the depth of the truths of time like Stephen Hawking. Even yesterday what he revealed, this is the word I want to use, not what he wrote, revealed. Because I feel he is Rishi. He should be kept in the category of Rishi. If he was in India, we would have worshipped him as a Rishi and respected him as a Rishi. What he revealed, no Vedic master will oppose, because the clarity on what is God, even if he does not agree with our clarity, we will have patience. Can you spend a little more time with us explaining? Can you elaborate to make our logic catch up with you? You will be surprised, in the whole Vedic tradition, we have only something called Prashna Uttara, question and answer. When Buddha comes, ready to take everybody one step further, all the Brahmanas, the Vedic priests, drop their Shrukshruva, Homas, Yajnas, go and sit at the feet of Buddha and evolve. When Shankara comes and ready to take people one step higher than the Buddha, all the Buddhists, they drop everything and go and sit at the feet of Shankara. When Nagarjuna comes from the Buddhist tradition and ready to take everybody one step higher than Shankara, All the Shankarites drop their danda and everything, go out and sit at the feet of Nagarjuna. The greatness of Vedic tradition. Ready, always ready to listen, listen, listen. Whoever takes us one step further, ready to surrender, ready to go behind, ready to experiment, the most scientific tradition. Masters of holistic living. An amazing revelation. What he revealed is exactly what Upanishads describe. A spontaneous, independent, intelligent happening. He bases his whole creation on a certain law, which is beyond law. No Vedic master will oppose Stephen, because that is exactly the truth. Maybe Stephen needs one last push to experience that inside him. What has happened in him as a revelation, if it becomes experience, he will write few more things. He can complete all his revelations. He can make a real last statement like Zen masters. I was so happy to see a scientist describing the experience of creation so beautifully, so perfectly in the Western language, where the mainstream society can understand. Unfortunately, the religious leaders, they see God also in their own personality, as if a power center. So they can't understand God without being a power center. Please understand, every center is power. Only then you will understand there is no power center. Every center is power is the truth. When you understand that, only then the holistic lifestyle evolves. That is why in the Vedic tradition, not just a person who invented theories and truths about God is Rishi. Every person who dedicates his life to any center of life, reveals truths in any center of life, is Rishi, is power. I have a list of people. Sushruta, father of surgery, who is master of Ayurveda. Ayurveda is one of the greatest gift to the world from the Vedic civilization. Bhaskara, father of astronomy. Chanakya, father of economy, economics. Aryabhatta, who invented calculus and algebra. Panini, father of grammar. Agastya, who father of electricity. I can go on and on and on. Here I have something more. Vyamanika Shastra, science of aerodynamics. Vishashastra, science of poison. Malla Shastra, science of bodybuilding. I can say on each thing, I can speak for days. I only wanted to tell you one thing today as my message. Two ways of keeping this Vedic tradition alive. One, studying and doing research and development in whatever was revealed already. Second, having patience for any new revelation from any corner of the world. Vedic tradition again and again says, all the great knowledge, let it reach us from all corners of the world. From all corners of the world. When it comes from Stephen Hawking, don't have a shield. Don't think, how can he talk about God? I am here wearing this robe and sitting in this seat for years and studying about God for years in great theological seminaries, discussing, debating. How can he knows more about God than me? No. A rishi from Vedic tradition can never think of that way. He can only have passions. Can you explain with a little more words? Can I have a little more time with you? Is it possible to learn what you talk in my language, in my logic, in my understanding? Have these two. This is my message. One, try to explore whatever is revealed in different lines of Vedic tradition and keep your being open for more and more new revelation. Vedic tradition is the only tradition which can update itself because there is no last word. Our Shastras can be updated, can be commented, can be interpreted and reinterpreted. Understand? There are some sutras like a Shruti, Upanishads, which cannot be altered. But you can comment on it. You cannot alter the original sutra, but you can comment on it. But other Smriti and all you can even alter. So we have many lines. Sutra is the revelation. Bhashya is the commentary. And Vartika, commentary on commentary. Then Tika, commentary on commentary on commentary. So when a sutrakara, when an incarnation happens and reveals the sutras, his first line disciples who expand that are commentators, bhashyakaras. His next line disciples who write Vartika on the commentary, they are called Vartikakaras. The third line disciples who write Tika on Vartika, they are called Tikakaras. So, the possibility for updation, commentary, expansion is kept alive in the Vedic tradition. People who have so much confidence about their revelation and their contribution to that tradition allow the updation and commentary, who are very clear, very confident about their commentary, their revelation, their contribution can never be destroyed, can never be taken away, cannot be abused. That is the courage you need to allow people to comment, allow people to update, allow people to interpret. Have these two. Explore as much as possible the lifestyle depth of Vedic tradition, and add as much as possible the essence of tradition in every aspect of your life. That's the first thing. Second thing, keep yourself completely open for all new possibilities, for new expressions. That is the only way to keep the Vedic tradition alive. So live Vedic tradition, live and radiate enlightenment. Live and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujagendaharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayarvinde, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams,
शिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is a revival of Vedic tradition. Why is the need of the hour? Because this is the last hour human consciousness is having. If you don't revive, this is going to be the last hour. Vedic tradition is the only tradition, please understand, one and only tradition which can give spiritual solution for all the problems of the human consciousness. Whether it is the problems of inner world questions and quest like life, death, body, mind, consciousness, or the social problems, peace, unity, love, existing together, coexistence, ahimsa, or the personal relationship level problems, understanding each other, accepting each other, or creating wealth without sucking others' blood, cutthroat lifestyle, consumeristic lifestyle. I tell you, these are the major problems humanity is facing, which really makes us feel. I wanted to add some more really. Makes us feel this may be the last hour of the planet Earth, because the unconsciousness of the human beings and the ability to destroy others through weapons, not just the traditional weapons like atomic bombs and all that, chemical weapons. And now something new is happening, ideological weapons, spreading ideas through media and communication systems and dismantling certain unique lifestyles, tribes, way of living in the planet Earth. Understand? There are few tribes whose lifestyles have been dismantled, destroyed so badly, the great art, tradition and the extraordinary powers they were having, whole science has left planet Earth. The science of herbs, the science of living with nature, science of handling the extraordinary powers. Just yesterday, I saw a YouTube clip of a shaman levitating, so casually. A shaman is a group of spiritual souls, a spiritual tradition from South Africa. Very casually, just he is chanting some mantra and he is levitating 4 feet above the sky. And after a few minutes, he is relaxing. It was a lifestyle. You don't need to gather around some enlightened master and do all kinds of pranayam, then slowly levitate after 4 days or 3 days. It was a lifestyle for certain tribes, certain spiritual groups. But so much of color has been lost, so much of variety has been lost because of this. But trying to globalize everything under one brand. Same way, we need to understand the nature-based cultures. That's the right word I wanted to say. The traditions and cultures which understands nature is a living intelligence, who are interested in coexisting with nature, not abusing it, exploiting it. Vedic tradition grew up with Ganges and Himalayas. Grew up with nature, coexistence. The tradition which has spiritual solution for all possible problems, happened, happening, yet to happen. All the major problems planet Earth is facing now, wars, ideological conflicts, and economically depriving one section. You will be surprised, just a handful of people in the world are having around 60% of the wealth of planet Earth. Just 4 communities, 4 group, just 4 group. It means the whole world is serving that 4 group. Enormous wealth is accumulated, centered under a few people. Whoever has 6 feet body has a right over whatever exists on the planet Earth. Because planet Earth provided everything for all the people, whoever has 6 feet body. So all 6 feet bodies, when I say 6 feet, I don't mean exactly 6 feet, I mean just the body, the human body. All the human bodies have a right over whatever exists. Just few people depriving other bodies is the root of violence, source of violence. I tell you, these major dangers human society is facing: terrorism, consumerism, which is responsible for terrorism, and conflict ideologies or ideological conflicts, and the diseases which are spreading rapidly because of consumerism, not only in the level of food, cloth, furnitures, lifestyle, even in the level of music, sex, lifestyle, in all levels. HIV is just because of consumerism in the level of sex. That is responsible for HIV. And obesity, consumerism in the level of food. So many psychological disorders are just because of consumerism in the level of music. Music which creates so much of restlessness. so much of violence because of the visuals which are creating restlessness. So in every way, we are heading towards the last hour of planet Earth. If we take responsibility and revive this great Vedic tradition, the other day I was reading an article, the future religion has to be accepting many gods or all gods. Only the religion which accepts many gods or all gods can give peace, permanent solution for all religious terrorism on the planet Earth. If you want a permanent solution for the religious terrorism on the planet Earth, the Vedic tradition, the Hindu tradition is the only solution which accepts many gods or all gods. We don't have problem. Any number of gods, Rama, Krishna, Shiva, Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, all of us can coexist in one puja room. Happily. We don't have problem. We don't have devil who need to be rejected. Even the Yama, Lord of Death, is one more God for us. The Lord of Destruction and Rejuvenation, Mahadeva, Shiva, is God for us. So we don't have devil, we don't have demon. Even destruction is taken care by God under the controlled condition, in deep compassion, for rejuvenation. When the earth is overloaded, Krishna comes and he does the whole destruction, rejuvenation under the controlled condition. So even for that, we don't need to depend on devil. God takes care of that job also. Devil is out of job in Vedic tradition. So understand, it is time that we revive Vedic tradition, which accepts all gods, which is ready to coexist with all gods. We are happy with all way of systems of eating, all systems of clothing, all systems of furnitures, all lifestyles. Each system originated in each state is original. See the variety of dressing and eating in India. The difference between one state and the other state is much more than difference between one country and other country. If you just travel 100 kilometers, you will see just totally different world. In food, the housing construction method, or the clothing, or the language, or the lifestyle, or the religion. You can't imagine, oh God, morning I was in a different country and evening I'm in a different country or what? 100 kilometers is more than enough to see totally different world in India. And peacefully coexisting. That's the most funny part. We do not want companies, missionaries, machineries which makes all of us like one mold, which takes away our unique way of lifestyle, our unique way of existing. Please understand, every tribe needs to be kept alive as they are. Every tradition needs to be kept alive as they are. Every lifestyle, every food tradition, every clothing tradition, every housing method, every way of furnitures should be kept alive as it is. To tell you honestly, this seat is not more costly than an ordinary middle class executive chair. People think, oh, it's ego, too costly, luxury. No. This seat on which I am sitting is surely not more costly than any middle class CEO's chair in any company in India or any office in India. There are so many brands, the furniture brands. Their medium level furniture is more costly than this seat. And this is not that comfortable. You need to be sitting straight, only then you can sit in this. But I wanted this kind of furniture just to retain the tradition. Only when I made one more seat for my priest and put, I understood. Even if you put the golden throne, he doesn't want to sit there. Because it is not that comfortable, you don't know. Only if you sit, you will understand. You need to sit straight. Only then you can sit in that. Rarely when I am in samadhi, I just put the body, rest on it. But you can't sit in this posture in which I am sitting now for a long time in this seat. You have to be a yogi, only then you can sit in this throne. The design of the very throne will let only yogis to sit on it. Others can't sit on it. Others can't use it. It's a independent intelligence by its own design. Understand, the Vedic tradition has unique thing in everything, in every level. Whether it is food, cloth, housing, furniture, dance or medicine, in anything. Let us revive it, because this is the only tradition which can allow varieties, means which has a breadth and broadness for coexistence, which can coexist, which is based on ahimsa, non-violence, which does not claim the monopoly in any line. So I sincerely request all of you to stand strong, live and radiate Vedic tradition in every step, so that this may not be the last hour of planet Earth. As predicted, and not only as predicted by the many of the ancient Western civilizations, as getting executed by the modern Western civilization. Let's not allow it. More than the word Western civilization, I think this word, the materialism-based civilization, because it's not that India is just moving, keeping itself away. So it is time we get back to Vedic tradition. Keep it alive, it will keep you alive. Keep Vedic tradition alive, that will keep you alive. Let's all live and radiate the Vedic tradition, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda.
Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today the subject is 5 techniques for stress-free life. I tell you, stressing anything, including technique, will make your life stress. I can give you 1,000 techniques for stress-free life. But if you start stressing the necessity of those techniques, you have stress. Without stress, you simply moving your right hand or left hand or head or body itself is a technique for stress-free life. Any simple movement in choicelessness is technique for stress-free life. So from morning till night, whatever you do, make it with understanding and choicelessness. That is an important thing. Do it out of free will. Anything you do, whether cooking or walking, talking, sitting and watching TV, or going to your job, eating, anything you do, add technical information about that into your system. Even breathing, add technical information about that in your system. Thinking, add technical information about that in your system. When I say technical information, how you are breathing, why you are breathing, where it is going to lead, is it going to lead you to where you want, or if your goal is something else, how to change your breathing for that. Same way for thinking. What you are thinking, why you are thinking, where is it leading you, is it going to lead you to the same space you want, or is it leading somewhere else, then how to change. That's all. Add technical information to all your actions. About walking, talking, breathing, doing anything. See, now you are ready for doing Guru Puja. Add complete technical information about that to your being. What am I doing? Where is it going to lead me? And what way this is going to help what I want. Completely being in tune with the technical information. When you are not in tune with the technical information, that is where the conflict and the stress starts. The problem is sometimes you want 2-3 different things which are self-contradicting. Now even that, if you bring right technical information about everything, then you will know very clearly which one to choose. And you are intelligent enough to know that you need to choose sometime only one, because only one can have place in your heart, your inner space. Only one can be done by your body. Only one can be experienced by your mind. Only one can be happening in you. So bringing that technical information clarifies the whole being. So I tell you, If the technical information is brought, everything you do is a technique for stress-free life. If the technical information is not added, even technique will add more stress in you. I know thousands of people stressed about not being meditating, are very stressed to meditate. Oh, today I have not done my kriya, today I have not done my meditation. Highly stressed. What for you want to do meditation? To be stress free. What a funny mental setup. The action or technique is not directly going to help you to be stress free. The technical information is what going to make you stress free. Understand? The action or technique is not going to make you stress free. Technical information, that is going to make your life stress free. Maybe I can give you some few techniques, kind of anesthesia for instant pain relief. For half an hour you will be stress free because you are diverted to some other direction. But if you want stress-free life, you need technical information. If you want stress-free 1 hour, I can give you 5 techniques. Each technique will put you out of stress for 1 hour, 2 hours. But if you want stress-free life, then technical information about your whole day is needed. Iron out your whole day. Now it is too much in chaos. Iron it out. Ironing out your whole life is what I call spiritual routine. For some time, you need to spend in a clear routine. Even the Parivrajaka sannyasis, agoris, nagas, even those sannyasis who are wandering all over the world, even they stay in one place between Guru Purnima and Navaratri, the Chaturmasya. They observe Chaturmasya. They stay in one place and go through a kind of a spiritual routine just to iron out their whole life. Means adding technical information to whatever they are doing and making them stress-free. I can say this is one of the first teaching I want to give for all the ashramites and for the people who are dedicating their whole life for the spiritual enlightenment. If you have dedicated your whole life for enlightenment, this is the first thing you need to do. Ironing out your whole day. Everything you do should be consciously chosen by you and being celebrated or getting celebrated or celebrating celebration by you. Morning when you get up, why you brush? Why you clean your body? Why you take bath? Even those simple things, from that start. Is it directly adding, is taking bath, is it directly leading me to my goal, enlightenment? If it is not, can anything be done? It gives me enlightenment also. Then apply the ash, Bhasma Snana. And when you pour the water, cold water on the body, feel the cold, feel the water all over the body. Let Vipassana be added to your bath. Means Vipassana means being in the boundary. You will see, when you are in the boundary and take bath, bathing not only purifies your body, it cleanses your mind. Because you never stay inside your body when you take bath. You are there somewhere and imagining, visualizing, fantasizing, duetting and what not. When you wake up from the bed, you should be completely having control over your body and inside the boundary. Just for 5 minutes, feel, yes, everything is working properly. Checking. I am there, I am here, yes. I am available to my body is available to me. Just with this simple clarity, take bath. Not only your body, mind will also be cleansed. Every step you do, same way, if you have a right technical information, you will never feel lazy to do your morning exercise or yoga. It is lack of technical information which is not letting you do the technique. Lack of technical information leads you to the uselessness of technique, and how many thousand techniques are supplied to you. It will be just few days, like an initial fantasy. Then suddenly you will see, when the technical information is lacking, the technique has no more power over you, or you are not inspired anymore. It's like more stress to do the technique. Same way, any action you do, go on having clarity, technical information, till you fall asleep. When you fall asleep, remember, is this sleeping going to help me for enlightenment? What way I can use this sleeping for enlightenment? If you just consciously fall asleep, the whole few hours you are in bed is samadhi. Nidra samadhi sthitihi. Samadhi. So, consciously falling asleep is going to lead you to enlightenment. So now, understand the essence. I have given you the basic technique to make your whole life stress-free, 1. But as these guys requested, I can give 5 techniques also. Morning, taking bath, consciously. Consciously take bath, take shower. That's the first technique. And consciously have your breakfast. And whatever your morning routine, whether it is going to office or going to school or going back to bed, do it consciously. And again, lunch, eat consciously. And again, dinner, eat consciously. And night, when you fall asleep consciously. 5 simple techniques which you can never avoid, because anyhow you are going to do all these 5. You may take exemption 1 or 2 days for taking bath. But otherwise all these 5 are going to be your life. So, simple technique, when I say the word simple technique, I am saying which you don't need to do something extra. These 5 are already part of your life. So just have technical information about all these 5. All these 5 will become technique for stress-free life. So have technical information and be stress-free. Live and radiate enlightenment. Live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is Himalayas. The heaven and the earth. Only one word I need to alter in the title they gave. The heaven on heaven. It is never on the earth. It's never on the earth. We may be able to reach from earth. That does not mean it is on the earth. There is nothing earthly in Himalayas. Even the earth in the Himalayas is not earthly. I don't know what all I can describe about Himalayas. Maybe I will describe the greatness of the physical existence of Himalayas. That's the most happening place in the consciousness. Just like New York, Tokyo, cities, most happening cities in the outer world. Same way, most happening place in the consciousness is Himalayas. All the biggest happenings happening in Himalayas as far as the consciousness is concerned. Whether it is the greatest masters landing in the body or greatest masters taking over the bodies. See, great masters take over the prepared bodies to do their mission. That's what I call enlightenment. Enlightenment can be described even in this way. Great masters just vacate the ordinary will and make that will wither away and take over the body and start doing what they want. Whether great masters landing with a new body or landing on the existing bodies or relaxing from the physical body, all the great happenings go on happen in the Himalayas. Even physically, Himalayas is never seen. Fastest growing mountain range is Himalayas. 5 millimeter per year. 5 millimeter is not a small joke. The other day I was seeing that BBC's, that Ganges documentary. It was just an ecstasy. How they describe Himalayas and Ganga. Only one thing I can say, that if you have not seen Himalayas, it's almost like you are missing one great dimension of your senses. See, it's like a born blind guy. You can't make him understand what he is missing by being blind from birth. You can't make him understand. Just undescribable. Same way, if you have not visited Himalayas, you can't even understand what you are missing in the level of senses. Same way, if you have not lived in Himalayas, you can never understand what you are missing in the level of mind. Because living in Himalayas teaches something completely different to the mind. Completely different. The other day I was talking that if somebody is not able to settle in my community, for some reason, if they ask for other option, I said that bowl lifestyle will be the lifestyle I will prescribe. Same way, if somebody is not happy with this place and wanted the second option, any place, I will prescribe Himalayas. If the second option community they ask, I will prescribe bowls. And second option place if they ask, I will prescribe Himalayas. And bowl in Himalayas. Because it does something totally different. One winter you should spend in Himalayas. So much can happen in you. You have to become Hatha Yogi, nothing can be done. You will just become Hatha Yogi. If you want to become a Vedanti, just talking, all lousy, tall, go and settle in Kashi. If you want to become Hatha Yogi, means really achieving Yogi, Himalayas is the place. Because very lifestyle will make you Yogi. Even to have a cup of water, you need to climb up and down. For anything, your body needs to move. That's why they say that Tibetans are the people who live longer in the whole earth. Because their very lungs and the body is capable of living with less oxygen. The whole body evolves in such a new way, it can live with less oxygen. Life in Himalayas itself is tapas, yoga. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But what happens in Himalayas in you stays with you. Not just stays in Himalayas. Understand? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But what happens in Himalayas in you stays with you. It doesn't just stay in Himalayas. Himalayas is the place, the most conscious happening. It's again such a experience. It's one of the biggest problem. When the experience goes beyond certain frequency, it only expresses as a deep joy and sweetness in the body, never as words. And I'll have to pick up the words here and there, here and there, here and there like this. Some statement, what happens in the Vegas stays in Vegas. People will be shocked. How can he connect Vegas and Himalayas? Because I don't have any words, I have to pick up all outrageous words. I have to look out of the box and all outlandish expressions. What to do? All the best things available in the planet Earth are gift of Himalayas to the civilization. Whether it is a great spiritual enlightenment philosophy or the amazing unimaginable, amazing Saraswati civilization in the banks of Saraswati, the first civilization. The extraordinary metaphysical discoveries of rishis. the yoga science, astrology, astronomy, vastu, gemology, what not, anything worthy in the planet Earth, it's from Himalayas. It's Himalayas which gave birth to the science of ahimsa, coexistence. It's Himalayas which gave birth to all great sciences available to the human beings today. Ganga, which still feeds 1/10 of the world population. 10% of the world population lives in the lap of Ganga. Please understand. It's from BBC's Ganges documentary. Even now, 10% of the world population lives just on one river's lap, Ganga. And Himalayas is responsible, Ganges is responsible for the rishis to have so much of free time and to contemplate and come up with the great metaphysical discoveries. All their basic needs are fulfilled just like that. And grand Himalayas in front. What will you do? You go on, get awestruck, wonderstruck. Your logic gets slapped every time by the unimaginable expression of the cosmos. So naturally you start diving into the mysteries of cosmos. I tell you, the geographical place where a religion originates plays a major role in the depth and purity of religion. Himalayas cannot be ruled by any socio-political laws. That is why the Upanishads and Vedic tradition is completely devoid of any socio-political rules. There is no socio-political part in Upanishads. Pure spiritual science, metaphysical discoveries, that's all. Just science, that's all. That is why still, even now, the sadhus who stay in Himalayas, they consider themselves as the sadhus of the headquarters. See, it's like ashramites who stay in this ashram. They always have the pride. They get the news first. They get the information first. They are in the people in the center of the cyclone, most happening place. So they always feel pride and feel they are little more than the ashramites who are staying in the branch ashrams. Because anything is received by them after these guys receive. So the same way, still in the Himalayas, that sadhus who stay in Himalayas, they claim that they are the headquarters sadhus. Whether in Kumbh Mela or anywhere, they get the first right. They are worthy. They are worthy of getting it, because whatever is said and done, Himalayas is Himalayas. I tell you, spending little time in Himalayas really shakes completely your idea of that whole life is secured. See, it's staying in cities where you know thoroughly how you are going to get into the car and what turn and everything, and how you are going to come back and lie down in your bed safely. And by living the same thing for 2-3 years, you forget that your life can have some turn. And you feel almost like everything is under your control. That is why a small ticket, speeding ticket, shakes your whole being. People shiver. I have seen If they get $100 speeding ticket, they have to pay $200 to a psychiatric doctor. No, really, I have seen people. Just one speeding ticket, they have to visit immediately their psychiatrist for that fear stroke or fear attack and what not, and pay few $100 for that guy. Or even that anger and vengeance they cannot tolerate. They go to a lawyer and spend little more money to stop that speeding ticket. Because unable to handle even a small change. Too secured. I tell you, spend little time in Himalayas. Either visit or spend little time in Himalayas. It will teach you life. Because every moment it is different. When you go, the road will be open. After 1 hour when you want to come back, the road won't be open. Not only open, road will not be there. No, really. Just it will not be there, that's all. And you do not know how many more days it will take for the new road to be created. Suddenly you may need even to be airlifted through helicopters. Those helicopters are bought before the Indian independence. They are brought specially to give independence and freedom to people. Just life. You will just face life face to face. We do arrange so much, take care. But even then, just life is life in Himalayas. You will have a taste of adrenaline in your very tongue. Not just in your body. The adrenaline release will be so much, you will taste adrenaline in your tongue. Because the roads, you just see this side, and the speed with which Ganga is gushing, you will directly reach Calcutta. Before any 911 you call. In India there is no 911. Now they are trying to do 108. In some states they are successful. Like very efficient states like Gujarat and all, they are successful. But even then in Himalayas nothing. No 108, no 911. Maybe you can chant 108 times Shiva, 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 that's fine. That can give you much better help than any other 108. You'll just face life face to face. It's good to have the taste of life as it is, without any of your pseudo securities, 911s and any other pseudo securities. Even if your vehicles hit some other vehicle, I have not seen in Himalayas anybody fighting for these accidents. They will hit, they will say, it's okay, Baba, bye. They will not even get down to talk to each other, bye. And they will go, this guy will go, that's all. Because they know that's the way roads are, nothing can be done. And not like the secure cities where the ambulance chasing lawyers make more money than the people who got injured. Really. This contingency, ambulance chasing lawyers, they make more money than the persons who are injured. This is you will have just taste of life. And how people coexist, that's another one extraordinary thing. Just to be lived. To be lived. Just to be lived. The extraordinary silence which you would have never ever experienced in any city, even if you are staying in a suburb in one corner of any developed country. Unimaginable silence. You can just touch and feel the silence. The heaviness of silence. Once I lived without hearing any artificial sound for 7 days. Not human voice, no artificial sound. Means no sound which happens by human existence. Not even my own sound. 7 days I lived. I just wanted to catch this anahata dhvani. There is a sound which is uncreated, happening in your inner space. So I wanted to catch that sound. So I went and sat in one corner for 7 days. I could catch the glimpse of that anahata dhvani. I'll really recommend everybody to have at least one visit to Himalayas. You see, understand, I am not promoting our trip. Of course, this guy wanted me to talk about Himalayas for the, mainly just to introduce these Himalayas to the world. If you can come with me, that is okay. Otherwise also, at least make one trip. Don't miss Himalayas in your life. Then you will really feel that you missed something really which need to be seen. Himalayas is the Las Vegas created by rishis. I can tell you, it's an extraordinary experience. It will just give you the taste of life. It will teach you life is not just under your control. Life is larger than what you think. I can say the Himalayas is not a just geographical journey. It's a psychological journey. When you go and come back, by the time you are back, you are a different personality. Because your pitta, liver is completely churned and your adrenaline is just blasted. And all hormones. I have seen people just falling into the extraordinary ecstasy and extraordinary joy, because in such a right proportion all these things are created and churned. When the understanding, spiritual understanding is also added by the master, it just puts you in ecstasy and bliss. Especially this trip, the theme is truth is. As I said, You are all going to appear in a documentary which is going to go to the International Film Festival. So, leave Himalayas. That's all. Let you all experience and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsarasaram, Bhujagendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayarvinde, Bhavam Bhavani, Satitam Namami. All of my dreams,
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. The today's truth: live conflict free and stay young forever. You may think how living conflict free can make you live young forever. Understand the concept of time in the Vedic tradition. Because our rishis, our masters, know that time is a one more matter which can be handled, manipulated, used as we want. They have created a clear understanding about time. Please understand, time is a matter, just like a chair on which you are sitting. The chair on which you are sitting, you can move wherever you want. You can either sit on it or you can sit on the ground. You can use as you want. Same way, just like that, time is a matter. What is aging after all? Look deeply into this idea of time and idea of aging. See, your body is made out of bio-memories. Means lot of thoughts and engraved memories, engrams, which inspires you, pushes you into actions. Thoughts, engraved memories which pushes you into actions. These two are the base material for your body. Thoughts are like a random, vague, as I said, that random fishes jumping. Engraved memories, the thoughts which you picked up again and again to work, those became engraved memory. These two are the base material. Please understand, I am revealing one of the important truth. The gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana, 1 unit of time in Vedic tradition. If you pick up more and more thoughts to make it into action, more and more engrams. Please understand, step by step. First, your body is made out of random thoughts and regularized engrams. Regularized engram means the thoughts which you again and again picked up to work, to make into reality. What for you are working. You are maybe even thinking is working. If you are thinking far in that particular direction again and again and again, it can be called as working. So, random thoughts like a fish is jumping in the lake, and specific thoughts which you again and again picked up, try to make into reality, try to infuse reality. So engrams, these two are the base material for your body. This is one truth. The other truth, the gap between one thought and the other thought is a kshana, means time. As long as there are only thoughts, there is no aging. Only when the engrams hit the thoughts or thoughts hit the engrams, the aging starts happening in your body. Please understand. When you pick up more and more thoughts and try to make them into reality, the conflict starts. 10 seconds before you picked up the thought of being in silence and trying to make it reality. 10 minutes after you are picking up the thought of going to the office and working wildly and making money, you want this thought to become reality. Then starts conflict. Aging starts happening when there is a fight between the engram and thoughts. If there is only thoughts, there is no aging. There is no aging. Only the fight between the engrams and thoughts in your muscles is responsible for aging. If you look little deeply, the time, which is a one more matter, itself has no power to destroy your consciousness. Then what is it that is adding so much of fear, insecurity and sense of aging on us? Please understand, the time itself has no power over your consciousness, but your inner space, in which consciousness is also part, struggles constantly with fear and insecurity of aging and getting destroyed or being lost. What is that? Suffering. What is the reason for suffering? What is that which is suffering? Look both. The reason for suffering is your thoughts and engrams having conflict. What is that suffering is the biomemory, which is made out of these two, the thoughts and engraved memories. It's a very, 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 very subtle, deep truth. I wanted you to understand this important fact. If you go and see the Kalabhairava in our ashram, in charge of security, is the Lord of Time, you will see he will be standing on the time shaft. Means he is the Lord of time shaft, who is beyond time shaft. If you see, he will be having his left leg in the front and right leg in the back. Funny thing is, the right leg represents the future, left leg represents the past. So he says, past comes before the future. Please understand. Now what I am going to utter is past. Please understand. What I am going to utter is past. What I am going to say is past. What I am going to do in next 1 hour is past. I am not saying what I did is past. What I am going to do is past. And I think, what? What is happening here? Anything which is going to happen, as you understand, is the conflict between the thought and engrams. I don't know whether you are able to catch. Anything which is going to happen is the fight and conflict between thought and engrams, means time, which is already defined. Anything already defined is past. So the layer of your thought and engram which is projected further, even if it has not yet happened, it is past. It is past. You understand? It is standing. It is standing, but it is past because already it is projected. And the moments you spent in the past without the fight between thought and engrams is future, even though it is already lived. Listen. The moments you are going to spend in conflict between the thoughts and biomemory, thoughts and engrams, even it is not lived, because it is already projected, it is past. The moments you spent without having fight between the thoughts and engrams, even if it is already spent, it is future. Emptiness. The aging process is quickened if more and more thoughts hit engrams, or if more and more efforts are made to make thoughts into engrams. Now, stopping the conversion process of thoughts into engrams is unclutching. The process of converting thoughts into engrams is an automatic process when you are clutched. Stopping that conversion is unclutching. That is what I call conflict-free life. Either just go on fulfilling engrams, then they will become thoughts, they will get diluted and become thoughts. Or go on having thoughts, don't create engrams. Just sitting and something is going on, like a breeze. It's like a dreams passing by. Both will not let aging happen in you. When thoughts are getting converted into engrams, that is where the conflict starts happening, the aging starts happening, your muscles get tired, the aging process is working on you, time is creating its impact on you. Your inner space, which is mixture of the pure consciousness and thoughts and engrams, will start experiencing chaos only when the thoughts and engrams hit each other. Try to overlap onto other space. Actually, if the engrams becoming thoughts will not have much difficulty, much problem. But thoughts becoming engrams will create deep tiredness in you. See, all catharsis process which I am teaching you, either shouting or screaming or crying or releasing, is nothing but diluting engram into thoughts so that you can unclutch easily from it. All catharsis process, including samana balancing. See, samana balancing is a subtle part of engrams becoming thoughts. A reversal of engrams becoming thoughts. What you do in the life is making thoughts into engrams. That is what we call pravritti marga. And converting engrams into thoughts is what we call nivritti marga in Sanskrit. Understand? If you are moving towards nivritti marga, you will stay young forever. If you are moving towards pravritti marga, you will get aged very quickly. Aging is directly related to your inner space. The idea which you carry about you in the inner space directly reflects on your body. You can see the Indian middle-aged women are more aged, I can say at least twice more aged than a Western middle-aged woman. Because for an Indian middle-aged woman, after 2 kids, her life is done. Nothing more to be done. Nothing more to be done. But in the West, it's not like that. There is a life. There is life. There is something more to do. So your inner space, what it feels about you, is going to reflect directly on the physical aging. One devotee asked me in US when my father died. My father died by the age of 50. And he asked very innocently, will your mother not remarry? She can't imagine my mother is going to live without getting one more marriage. In India, you can't imagine after 40 a woman getting remarried. See the complete contra. She cannot imagine my mother is going to live without getting remarried. In India, you cannot imagine. Forget about planning or failing and all that. Even a thought will not cross in the mind of one more marriage. Because if you have 2 kids, your life is over. That is why quick aging means done, what next? But when there is, in the West, the idea is different. There is so much to be done. Means, understand. It may feel like so much to be done idea and converting thought into engrams are conflicting. Please understand, so much to be done means you are expecting the moments happened in your past which are future. As I said, there are moments happened in your past where there is no conflict between the thought and engram. That's what I call the space of excitement, happiness. When you wait for that, which is up, even though it has happened in the future, which is past, you are waiting for that past in the future. So there is a constant excitement, the aging does not happen. Understand, I am just completely breaking your idea of past, future and present. Past is not past as you think. Future is not future as you think. What you think you are going to do today is already past. Whatever few moments yesterday you had without conflict between the thought and the engrams is future. Even though it has already happened, it is future. So having more and more space of future in the past is the anti-aging. So push more and more time into future. I can say push more and live more and more time without conflict and send it to the past, you have future. The ultimate bank balance you can create for the future is putting more and more time in the past without conflict between the engram and thought. So that account directly comes to you as future. If you want to save money for your future, the only long-lasting wealth is the time you spend in the past without the conflict between the thought and engram. Because that is going to come back to you. It will be reimbursed. They say, na, money back offer. Whatever you spend in our shop, 10% money back. Same way, whatever time you spend in Jnanapitam, 100% time back. Whatever time you spend in unclutching, 100% time back guarantee. Just be unclutched. Do not allow your thoughts and engrams to fight. As much as you can, you will see the bio-memories will become so soft, no fight. Every moment you go on spending is future, not past. Even if you have not lived, the moments already you planned with the conflict between the thought and engram is past, over, done, you are aged. That is what happens to middle-aged Indian women. They are done. Whatever they think is going to happen is already planned. What is their life? Going to get up and fight with the daughter-in-law and have some gossip with others and over, okay. It's already lived, done. So aging. When it is done, they have finished living their future with their engram and thoughts. Means whatever they have is not future, it is past. That is why body also acts as if already it is past. Your body is intelligent enough to respond to your inner space. It's already past, over. So then body says, hey, what am I going to do? Come on, let's fast forward. Quick, pack up. I tell you, push more and more time into your chronological past without fight between the engram and thoughts. That is your bank balance future. That will straight away come as future. Will never let aging happen in you. I tell you, for the planet Earth, today I have given one of the greatest gift. Not as pride. I have opened the huge Vedic Pandora box. Just like unclutching, when it is applied with anything, creates a new philosophy. I am telling you this one truth today which I revealed. Apply with everything, with lust, with anger, with fear, with greed. Use this key to solve all the problems of life. It will become a new religion. This is the philosophy of Kala Bhairava. The truth of Kala Bhairava. The past, the chronological past, which is represented by the left leg, is in the front. The chronological future, which is represented by the right leg, is in the back. Understand the theory of Kala. If you have projected with the fight between the thought and the engram, even if it has not yet happened, it is past. If you have not projected, if there was a gap between the thought and engram, the fight between the thought and engram was not there, those moments, even though chronologically happened, it is your future. Same thing with your lust, fantasy. Please understand, if there is no fight between your thought and engram, if the act has happened, it is tantra. If there is a fight between your thought and engram, even if the act has happened, it is just masturbation with another body, which is not going to let you rest in peace, which is only going to add more and more and more load. In every step, I tell you, in every step, the same idea. If all your sex is a past, you are already old. If all your sex was future, embedded in the past, you have a great future. I can say, just analyze this truth and understand 1,000 questions about the sexology will be answered. Same way, wealth, money. The time you spent with wealth, if there was no conflict between your thought and engram, means the fulfillment, contentment, aparigraha, you have future. If it was spent with the fight between the thought and the engrams, whatever wealth you might have had or you are going to have, it is going to be poverty. The bioenergy, health, fear, everything can be solved with this one truth. The truth about past, present and future, Kala. Now, sit and go on digging your each problem with this one truth. Churn your each problem with this one truth. Grind your each problem with this one truth. Whether it is money or relationship or sex or aging, I tell you, you will straight away hit the solution. You will straight away hit the solution. When you hit the solution, the past which you created, in future, please understand, the past which you projected, in future is ghost. When you kill that, that is the skull which Kal Bhairava is having in his hand. The unlived life. See the skull which Kal Bhairava is having in his hand, anything you put it in that skull, it will swallow. It will swallow. That is why so many people gave Bhiksha, but the skull itself swallows. Kal Bhairava is hungry. Shiva never got anything. Then comes Devi, Annapurani. Please understand, Shiva goes and stands, Bhiksham Jnana Vairagya Siddhyartham Bhiksham Dehi Cha Parvati. Oh Devi, give me the food for Jnana and Vairagya. Means not to project my past into the future and destroy my life by quickly aging. And Devi gives the grain of the great truth, knowledge of not projecting your past into the future. Means I can say your fight between the engram and the thought into the future and bringing yourself to the present, to this understanding. I can say you don't even have to practice anything, just this understanding. When the grains are offered into that skull, see, the greatness about the time is just the understanding is enough, nothing much needs to be practiced. With this understanding, scan all your problems, that skull will just disappear. That ghost will just disappear. The ghost will just disappear. That is what is meant by when Devi put the food. She put little in the skull. The skull was enjoying. So she purposely dropped a little bit outside the skull on the ground. The skull felt the taste of the food so much, it just jumped to eat that food, and Shiva was freed of the skull and he was liberated. Understand? Just this understanding. Look, oh God. This is what is the problem in my sex. This is what is the problem in my money. This is what is the problem in my relationships. When there is no conflict in your thought and biomemory, the other person with whom you are living, our thought and biomemory, the time you spend together is so fulfilling, so satisfying. That is what I call the time you are in relationship. All other time spent together is not relationship. Means let your past be filled with the future. So naturally your future will be pure future. There is no aging. There is no aging. Understand? When you relax into the space of conflict-free zone, Yama, Lord of Death, when he tries to take you, please understand, the pasa rope, the rope which he is using, is the conflict between the thought and engram. Means attachment. Attachment only makes your thought into engram. That is the rope which he uses, pasha, to take the life out of body, means to make the aging process complete. When Lord of Yama throws that pasha on you, because your inner space is not converting thoughts into engrams, that pasa, that rope will fall on the pure consciousness which is Shiva, and he will destroy Yama. It will just fall on Shiva, whom you are holding. Like how Markandeya was holding, he was holding on to the Shivalinga, and Yama came and threw his pasha. And because he was holding on to Shivalinga, it did not fall on Markandeya, it fell on Shiva. And Shiva kicked the Yama. The usual process. So just all you need is do not allow the thought to get converted into engram. Thoughts are not enemies as we think. Don't worry. It is just simple poor fishes jumping for their food or fun. But you taking note and trying to give food or trying to give some ball for them to play. No, they are all dolphins. They don't have any ball. See, we should be very generous. Why not get some balls and balloons for them to play? Why not make their life more entertaining? Now they have the load of kicking the ball. Till then it was a fun. If they want, they jump. If they don't want, they don't. Once you provide the ball and food, buffet rice, now they have to eat, they have to play. The whole thing is routine now. That is where the play and fun becomes game. Let play and fun not become game in your life. Game means the winning and losing and prize. Play means just. Fun means just. So any thought which just happens is play and fun. But when it becomes engram, it's a game. Game is the most dangerous thing. Fun is the most funny thing. Understand, do not allow the Kala Spasha, the Yama's nose in your inner space to convert thought into engram, you will see the noose will fall on Shiva and Shiva will kick Yama. And Yama, because already he got one kick, he will never come near you. When he sees you are there holding Shiva. That's all is the whole science of aging. I have not only given the science of aging, the solution for anti-aging, not just mentally, it will directly work physically. Understand? Apply this now in your breathing. When your breathing happens, just see what kind of thoughts are raising. And just see what kind of thoughts are raising. When you are exhaling, what kind of thoughts are raising. What kind of thoughts are getting intertwined with your inhaling and exhaling. Just sit with it. You will suddenly see you are not abusing your future by projecting past, by living it, by creating a hanging bridge on it. Same way, you are adding more and more empty space into your past, which is your bank balance, which is going to be reimbursed. Let your past be reimbursable future. Let your future be free from the load of the past. You have no aging. Simple science of anti-aging. And I tell you, this truth is so doable, so practical, just practical. If you sit with this truth, the understanding will happen in so many levels. With this understanding, scan your death fear engrams, scan your desire engrams, scan your guilt engrams, scan your suffering engrams, pain engrams. We can do one more NSP. Actually, let me do today. Today I'll make you guys go through the 7 layers with this one understanding. This one understanding. I tell you, I am not just assuring, I am promising in front of the camera. I know around the world people are watching. I am promising. I'll make you guys have the body like Mahavatar Baba. You can simply see, the science of the body which Mahavatar Baba carries is, this is what is the science. What body Mahavatar Baba is carrying, this is the science. Just scan and have the honesty of killing that ghost, the Trishul. Trishul is the honesty. The Trishul which Kalbhairava carries is the honesty of killing that ghost, that Kapala, Brahma Kapala. Understand? When Brahma created this whole world, it was a fun, play. For a moment, he made it as a game. That moment is the 5th head. And Shiva cut that. Hey, play should be play. Why are you making it as a game? It's like I tell the temple priest, come on, sit in the golden throne. And it's a play. And suddenly if the fellow thinks, I think I am also equal to Swamiji. When somebody touches his feet, I think I am great. How the gold throne looks, let us feel and see. Then comes the 5th head, and what to do? The play has become game. So now, let us convert the game into play. Let us come back, game into play, and play the whole fun of life. Life is not worthy at all to be played as game. Even death can be gamed as play. Understand? Life should not be played as game. Even death should be gamed as play. That's all. That's all is the essence of whole thing. Essence of whole thing, nothing else. And it's direct prasada from Shiva, Kala Bhairava. Understand? I am honestly telling you. Only when I walked into the hall, the title was given to me. Only when I walked into the hall, Brahmaswarupa brought the title and gave. And today we did not have Pada Puja for me to download. It was not thought words. Just the truth happened. How many seconds it would have taken from there to walk and sit and say Sadashiva Samarambham? Maybe 30 seconds or maybe 60 seconds. So the truth expressed itself within 60 seconds in this biomemory. So understand, in any biomemory, if something this profound can express within 60 seconds, it is straight word from Shiva or that biomemory is Shiva. Because this, I am telling you, this one truth can revolutionize the way in which you think, act, live, eat, do everything. Because it is straight practical understanding. Anyhow, I know for sure it is a prasada from Shiva, Shiva prasada. Let us work on it today and then we will get into prana. Today I was planning to get into prana, but at least today let us work on this. Then get into prana. We have enough time. We have 48 days. 8 days are, not even 8 days are over. 24th we started. Today is only 30th, 31st. 28, 29, 30, 31. Today is 8th day. 8th day only. So first 7 days we spent on prana. Sorry, samana we spent. I thought today we will get into the prana, but let us get into prana tomorrow. Maybe by tomorrow evening, let us work on this great truth, this great revelation. And not only that, see, whenever you work on these great revelations, you respect the space in which it is delivered. You respect him. We receive it. We honor you. We humbly receive it. We honor you. We request you to be delivering this more and more and more. We submit our humble devotion to him for delivering these great truths. So let us honor Shiva, Kala Bhairava, by working on this truth today so that we can expect more and more from him. More and more from him. So this is the plan for miracles. When one miracle happens, even if it is small, very small, honor the space from which it was delivered to you. Respect the space from which it was delivered to you. Don't take it for granted. Surrender it. Devotionally say, I honor the space from which it has been delivered to me. I submit myself in a humble way to the space from which it has happened on me. That is the plan for more and more miracles to happen. The other day I received a letter. One devotee was saying, some ex-devotee who had a Satori experience. She was claiming that I had Satori because of my efficiency, my intensity, not by him. I said, great, I am no way contesting. If it is our sincerity, just tell her to have one more Satori, that's all. When I had my Satori, see, the greatness of Samadhi is, it will never come the moment you think you had Satori because of you. Because the ego has come back. So the second time the Satori will never repeat. It will never repeat. Done. She has doomed herself. I tell you, now she doesn't need to give the credit to me. If she has given the credit to a small stone which was in front of her when that Satori happened, hey, the stone is responsible. She would have had the Satori next time. Surrender to something which you think as responsible Or just say that the space from which it has happened, I do not know. I surrender to that space humbly, so that let that space have its grace on me. You call it as Shiva or Parvati or Vishnu or Guru or anything, or Guru Padaga or anything, no problem. God, I was fortunate when I had Satori. I just put the responsibility on Anand, Shiva, the Arunachala hill, and that Kuppamal. On both I put. Actually, Kuppamal was not responsible, but I put it on her. And I said, oh God, she is responsible. Let it happen to me again. And it simply repeated. And I am advising sincerely that ex-devotee, you don't need to put that responsibility on me. I am not responsible, don't worry. I am not taking the claim or credit or anything. Just put it on something, Shiva or Arunachala or something, so that it can repeat, it can happen in your inner space again. Don't doom yourself, claiming that your sincerity. Forget about it. Even now I am telling you, this message has been delivered by the sincere request of the person who have chose the topics and the sincere need and the passive receptive mood with which all you guys were sitting. That's all. I am not interested in claiming, because I want this kind of things again and again to happen. Let us submit to the space where it happened. See, when you don't claim responsibility for the highest happenings, the play remains as fun. When you claim responsibility for the highest happenings, the play becomes game. It stops. It stops. See, the so-called modern day games, how much of violence, the whole fun part is taken away from it. All right, I don't want to talk about it. All right. So I humbly offer my gratitude to whatever space we call as Mahadeva, Shiva, from which this great truth of Kala came out. And all your devotion and the sincere seeking, the passive sitting and waiting, that is responsible. See, this was receiving end and that was giving end. Both are responsible for the happening through this biomemory. So I offer my gratitude to both ends, the end which delivered and end which received, so that let these great things happen again and again. Let me also enjoy this fun by being medium, or by being the channel, by being the biomemory in which this whole thing is happening. So let Shiva happen again and again. Let the cosmos celebrate itself again and again. Let us all experience this truth and radiate enlightenment. Let us all live and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
All that it takes, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am,
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is the day of celebration. Today is Krishna Janmashtami, Krishna's birthday celebration. One of the greatest happened to the human consciousness on this very day. That day, monkeys started walking with two legs. Breakthrough. One of the major breakthrough in human consciousness happened. The human beings have started evolving. Same way, the day Krishna happened, greatest breakthrough in spiritual consciousness happened. Krishnastu Swayam Bhagavan. Krishna is very God himself. Purnavatara. Today's subject is Krishna, the ideal conflict-free idol. I don't know how I am going to describe Krishna. Krishnastu Swayam Bhagavan. Krishna is very God. God himself landed in the human body. Purnavatara. He set a trend for incarnations. Understand? Like how in each field people give a breakthrough in that field, set a trend. He set a trend for how an incarnation should land and express, exhibit, and make themselves available to the human consciousness. What to describe? Whether he is multi-dimensional human personality or extraordinary energy expression or the playfulness or all these things expressing itself in one 6 feet biomemory without conflict. He escaping from a war and his courage, both has no conflict. His romance and his knowledge has no conflict. The Radha Krishna and Gita Krishna, no conflict. You cannot imagine A guy who is having so much of romance, the outrageous flirt, the most outrageous flirt happened on the planet Earth. Standing in the war field and giving Gita, the most comprehensive, unabridged dictionary of the world philosophies. Both can happen from one brain without conflict. I know for sure, if Radha had the doubts of Arjuna, Krishna would have delivered Gita to very Radha in that very romance mood. Or Arjuna had the romance mood and the devotion, he would have flirted with Arjuna during the deliverance of Gita. He doesn't need even two different time to deliver the different dimensions. If you need two different time to deliver two different dimensions, you have conflict inside. Here is a personality like Krishna, because there is no conflict. He can deliver, he can be Radha Krishna and Gita Krishna at the same moment simultaneously. If Radha and Arjuna was there next, he would have been playing both games at a time. He is capable because he is conflict free. He can let Yashoda bind himself in a small stone, the rice grinding stone, and he can break the Maruda trees, liberate the Gandharvas. He can be doing the both powerless, innocent baby, could be bound and expressing extraordinary power of breaking two Maruda trees, not a joke, and liberating two Gandharvas. He can show the whole cosmos in his mouth to Yashoda and same time steal butter and eat from Gopika's house. There is a story. Shiva himself came down as Gopika to enjoy the Krishna Leela. I can vouch for it. It would have happened. If he has not come down, at least he would have been jealous of Gopikas. He is the master who expressed all dimensions of an incarnation. There is no dimension which he has not expressed during his physical happening in the planet Earth. Sharva Mangalatva, all the auspicious qualities. He is an architect, engineer, amazing strategy, planner, unimaginable yogi, incredible intelligence and outrageous romance, is just undescribable, unbound energy happened with utmost innocence and simplicity. in a conflict-free way. That is why we call his life as Krishna Leela, Krishna's Leela. It's a complete conflict-free and unimaginable expression. How much ever I try to tell, the words have no capacity to tell what I am really feeling. His love, his care, his grace, every incident in his life, every happening in his life, I can say is the one single man influenced maximum the whole planet Earth, maximum number of people in the whole planet Earth. Nothing like Krishna, nothing compared to Krishna. One whole country still celebrates his birthday after we don't even know how many thousands of years, and still he is a beloved for millions. Still millions live with him. That is why I say he is eternal, untouchable, undescribable. You can't define him. If I take one dimension of him, I won't be able to express in words. Because all dimensions expressed in him so beautifully, conflict-free. He is the idol of conflict-free. His grace, from his birth to return to the Goloka, everything is a mystery. Everything is unimaginable. Everything is indescribable. All the human and divine qualities expressed itself in its peak form in that 6 feet body. Extraordinary biomery, the extraordinary happening. think bowing down to Him is the only thing we can do to honor Him and to imbibe Him in our bio-memories. Any words which I utter look so dull. Saraswati cannot sing His glory. Vedas cannot describe His greatness. Putting our head at His foot, offering our respects is the only way to imbibe Him. Let this great incarnation, the conflict-free idol, bless us all. Let us offer our humble devotion at His feet. Let Him bless us all to imbibe that conflict-free life and imbibe His very presence in us. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsa Chanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Vande Krishnam Jagadgurum.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Uragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujahendaharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayarvinde, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams,
Sadashiva Samarambha Shankaracharya Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryanta Vande Guru Parampara. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject, conflict-free life. We have right decision making. Again, the subject opens some of the deep important truths on decision making. What is right decision making? Seeing the past as past, future as future, present as present, and deciding is right decision making. Right decision making means seeing the past as past, future as future, present as present, without infusing the past into future or future into past. many times, what you want in the future, you start dreaming, you had it in the past. We go on dreaming, we had a golden childhood. Every individual again and again and again goes on dreaming. If he is in the old age, he feels his middle age was great, golden. If he is in the middle age, he feels his youth was great and golden. If he is young now, he thinks his childhood was golden and great. Understand, this is one of the biggest illusion we have. Not only you project your past into future, you project your future into past. Understand, there was never any golden childhood. If the childhood was golden, out of that whatever comes out, you see, out of your childhood, youth came. Out of your youth, middle age came. Out of your middle age, old age came. So if your childhood was golden, then youth would have been golden or diamond. If your youth was golden, then your middle age should have been diamond or platinum at least. If your middle age was golden, then at least your old age should be platinum. Understand, not only we project our our past into future, we go on imagining our past was what we want in the future. We miss this important truth. We projecting our future into the past. We always feel, ask anybody, they'll say, oh, my childhood was great, golden childhood. No, you had all fears, all insecurity, all greed, all troubles. Actually, it all started there only. It all originated there only. So right decision making means seeing the past as it happened, seeing the future as it is without projecting your past into the future, and deciding in the present. One important thing, many times you don't decide in the present. You just execute what you decided in the past. You don't wake up for the great changes happened, the different situations. An actress goes to the court, judge asks, what's your age? 27. Last year also you said the same thing. She says, no, I don't change my words. Now, many times you don't change your mind. You forget you are in a different situation. You need to decide being in the present, not go on executing the decision you made in the past. Yesterday, if you observed, they put my seat in the campfire exactly in the place where the smoke will go on my face. I asked that brahmachari, Are, you saw how the wind is blowing, and why did you put here? You could have put the other side. He said, no Swamiji, last time we put here only. During last inner awakening, the wind was blowing in a different way. And he says he went and consulted a senior brahmachari and did a thorough research where my seat should be put, and put my seat. What to do? He doesn't change his words and he doesn't change his mind. We forget that you need to be in the present to make decisions. Do not be a worker executing your past decisions. Be a leader deciding every moment. All your suffering is because you are not deciding. You are a slave executing the decisions made in your past, sometime by mistake. Sometime you make some decision by mistake. You sit and think pros and cons, make one decision, over. After that, you forget that you have a component in you which has capacity to decide, and go on executing that past decision. By that time you are executing 50%, the whole situation is different. But you are not sensitive for the present. You are just executing. So the right decision making means these two things: not projecting what you want in the future as you had it in the past. This is one of the biggest illusion we all have. How do you want your relationship to be? How it was 3 years before. Look, 3 years before also you had enough suffering. Unfortunately, you forget. Because you forgot does not mean it was not there. So, seeing the past as past, seeing the future as future, making decisions from the present is what I call right decision making. I'll expand a little more on this truths of time, Kala, so that you will be able to understand this truth of right decision making. The psychological time and chronological time. Chronological time means the clock clicking. That is chronological time. Psychological time means your mind moving. Your mind moving to and fro or back and forth, whatever way it moves. Gap between one thought and the other thought is 1 unit of time in psychological field. In the field of inner space, psychology, the gap between one thought and the other thought is 1 unit of time, kshana. In the physical field, all of you know, there is so many definitions of 1 second, 1 unit of time. There are so many definitions. The physical field that you all know, I don't need to define. But in the psychological field, gap between one thought and the other thought is 1 unit of time. When there is more gap, means less number of thoughts. When there is more gap, each unit of time will be more clear, more available, more spacious, so all your 5 senses can perceive it. Please understand. If the psychological 1 unit of time is 4 times more than physical 1 unit of time, your senses will be purified, because your senses will have sensitivity to perceive. If your psychological time unit is 5 times more than the physical unit of time, you will enter into the divine space, means the extraordinary smell, extraordinary taste, extraordinary hearing, extraordinary touch will start happening. Understand? Till this equation you need to understand. The physical unit, 1 time, 1 unit time, and psychological 1 unit time. If the psychological unit is at least 4 unit of physical unit, means like a 4 second is gap between one thought and the other thought, means your body will get the sensitivity to sense things peacefully. Till then, any decision you make, you directly go to hell. No roundabout way. Please understand, basic need of a human being is 4 unit of physical time as 1 unit of psychological time. This is the basic need of a human being. Only then you are a human being. Only then you have a right to handle your brain. This is a owner's manual for brain. If you have not learnt how to make 4 unit of physical time as 1 unit of psychological time, you are sitting and driving a vehicle which has no brake. This should be the basic lesson taught to all the beings which has an independent, intelligent brain. When a child is able to think independently, the first lesson he need to learn is how to make 4 unit of physical time into 1 unit of his psychological time. Then simply he knows how to run. When you are able to make 5 unit of physical time, physical unit into 1 psychological unit time, means 5-second gap between one thought and the other thought. Then you will start experiencing the divine, I can say that intense smell. What you go through in the energy darshan, the intense sound, the intense touch, the intense taste in the tongue, all this starts happening. Another important truth is, if your psychological unit is less than physical unit, 1 second, your time is not solid experience, it is a kind of a air, just disappears. That is what is called pralaya, black hole. Everything being sucked into it and nothing is delivered. That is what is black hole. Please understand. If your psychological time is less than 1 second, the gap between one thought and the other thought is less than 1 second, that thought acts as a black hole in you. That is what is death in you continuously. Continuously it sucks everything for no reason, destroys everything for no reason. The aging gets quickened. Any decision you make, you directly go to hell. And when more unit of physical time becomes psychological unit, your future becomes very solid, which you can perceive, use. I can say, if your psychological time unit, the gap between one thought and the other thought, kshana, is more than 4 seconds, the future, which is a solid material, will be given to you, out of which you can make as you want. It's like a wax handed over to you. You have freedom to do what you want with it. That is the material out of which your dream and waking state is made. Now, whatever you perceive, the persons who are sitting next to you, the person who is sitting opposite to you, the place in which you are sitting, or in imagination, the places you are able to remember, all that are made out of wax, which is called time. If you have a deep insecurity of melting this wax, you will hold on, even if this wax is torturing you, even if the structure you created is binding you. But if you do not have the fear to melt this wax building you created, wax world you created out of you, you are called Kala Bhairava. Bhairava means Bhayat Ramyate iti Bhairavaha. Who can flirt with fear is Bhairava. Understand? That's our exact translation. You can just flirt with fear. Means if the fear happens, come on, sit, let's have a little fun. You can very comfortably, very beautifully spend time with fear. Bhairava, who can just have the Ramya, very romantic space with Bhaya. Person whose psychological unit of time, kshana, is more than 4 seconds, not only will have freedom to create his future, he will have healed emotion. Means he will just have a deep, complete centering on emotion. He can play it as he wants. He can put it on something or somebody and take it out immediately within a second. Living without getting attached, renouncing without having hangover. The complete conflict-free inner space. So, work on seeing your past as past, future as future, present as present. Any decision you make in the present will be the present to you by the presence. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject, conflict-free life, the only way out of depression. Again, because these guys are just enchanted with this title. Every day they are giving me the same title. Conflict-free life, the only way out of depression. Learn the art of prana pratishta. Learn the art of prana pratishta, giving life to what you want. Then you will just live in conflict-free life. Understand? It's a very simple truth. I think I would have explained this villager with whom I had a very strange experience. During my wandering, I was resting in the noon time under a tree, putting my head on a small stone, which had turmeric, all that little puja was done on that, but I did not expect it is worshipped by somebody as God. I thought maybe in village every stone, every tree is worshipped. In India, that's why when British put the milestones, first it was all painted in yellow. Suddenly they saw in 1 week all milestones have a fully dressed, decked with flowers, and people have started worshipping and everything has become temple. So they have to change the color. Now British had really tough time stopping the villagers worshipping the milestones, and it is perfectly shaped like a Shivalinga. That is why I just bow down to this civilization. How many thousands of mistakes this civilization may have, how much backward it may be, but just worshipping everything, whether it is a stone or a tree, the ability to worship everything, it's not a joke, understand? The ability to bow down to everything, the ability to surrender to everything, the ability to trust everything. One of the greatest gifts from the Ganges civilization to the whole cosmos is the ability to surrender, the ability to worship, the ability to trust, ability to dissolve. This is the greatest gift from the Ganges civilization. It is not a joke. When you feel an individuality, the ability to just relax, trust, ability to trust more than your boundary. There are many peculiar diseases only the ego-based civilizations suffer. One is osteoporosis. They don't trust their own bone structure. Many of the diseases the ego-based civilizations suffer does not even exist, because these guys just knows how to bow down to anything. Go to village, whether it is a small kids or the officer going to an office or anybody, when they walk on the road, see, every street will have 20 temples, small or big. They will bow down in front of every temple and go. And they will bow down in front of every temple very sincerely. Even in my school days, if school starts at 8:30, I'll start from my house by 6:30. And the school is only maybe 2 kilometers, not more than that. Because I will have to bow down in every temple, every deity. On the way, at least 25 temples are there. So I need 5 minutes in every temple. But I will always be late for the class, if at all I reach the class. So I had an agreement with my maths teacher. I'll make one more round for you. You give attendance for me. Usually maths will be the first class. Usually because the kids will be more aware at that first session. Maths will be the first session. And I keep my promise and he keeps his promise. Usually in Indian village schools, they don't take attendance for every period. Morning they mark the attendance, then that's all, the whole day. So, majority of the days, I'll be running, going around the temple for him and he will be giving attendance for me. I put my head on this stone. I should not say stone. Deity for somebody. Once it is deity for somebody, it should be deity for everybody. But foolish, unfortunate civilizations do the other way. Once if somebody is accused for somebody, he is accused for the whole world. That should not be the case. If he is deity for somebody, deity for everybody. And if he is accused for somebody, he is accused only for that person. And we do completely opposite. So, I put my head by mistake, without knowing, the deity on deity. Usually when there is a turmeric powder smeared, snakes will not come there. That is why in the snake holes, before worshipping they will put the turmeric powder. Snakes won't come. So I thought maybe that is an area where the snakes are too much, so somebody, before resting, they have put turmeric powder, they rested. So I put my head, maybe in 1 hour, some villager from 2-3 kilometers apart, away, he was running towards me, shouting. When he came near me, he just said, "Because you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Otherwise I would have broken your head. How dare you put your head on my Shiva?" So he had a telepathy connection with the deity. He was sleeping in the house. Noon usually villages rest. See, morning they work before the sunrise, like around 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock they work in their field. Then once it becomes very hot, especially Madhya Pradesh, too hot. They rest in the noon time, evening again they come back and work in the field till maybe around 4 o'clock they will start until 7 o'clock, till it becomes completely dark they will work. So this guy was sleeping in his house and he ran and came and he said, I saw in my dream somebody is disrespecting my deity, my Shiva. So anyhow, you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Don't do this anymore. I really felt bad that I abused somebody's deity. So I apologized to him, but I was so happy that somebody could have a telepathy connection just with a stone. When you worship as a deity, he is so strong with his feeling connection, he was able to just connect with the deity, just with the trust. So I apologized, then I moved. There was a small temple in that village, I stayed in that village, in the temple. And I was talking about this incident to few people. Some foreigner came to that village like as a tourist. His guide, who can speak little English and little Hindi, English or Hindi. That guy was taking around that foreigner and he wanted to show that foreigner some Indian sadhu. So he brought that foreigner to me and he was telling him about Indian sadhus, few things. Then I also tried. Those days I can't speak fluent English. I can manage, but not fluently. Neither Hindi nor English, but somehow I manage my wandering. But broken Hindi words are enough. For sadhu, you don't need to speak much. Now in North India, they will give you food and they will take care of you, and great people. It's a very beautiful civilization. In the north, so much of respect and love for the sadhus and for the tradition. So I was explaining that like this happened. I put my head on the deity and that guy came running. He had a telepathy experience with the deity that he felt like he should protect it, that somebody is abusing it. Then he came running. I apologized. I told the whole story. This foreigner was really, he got the curiosity. Wow, he wants to meet that villager. So anyhow, this local guide said, I'll get that villager, don't worry, because I described how that villager looks. Then this guide took that Westerner to that villager. I also wanted to see the fun, I went there. I also went. And during the conversation, that Westerner, he asked that villager what happened and all that, and that villager described, like this, I had a vision that my Shiva is being abused by somebody. I ran and I saw this sadhu was putting his head on that Shiva and I drove him out. He described all the story, and then that foreigner asked, that Westerner asked, how did you feel this? How can this happen? He said, no, I feel it is Shiva for me, and so through this deity, Shiva responds to me. That foreigner, I don't know whether he wants to test that villager or really offered. He said, if I give money, will you give this? I'll give you $5,000. Means now 2.5 lakh. I don't know at that time what value. At least few lakh. Few lakh is not a small money. The villager, maybe his whole property will be only that much worthy. Whatever property he has, his house or little land, whatever he has, the whole thing will be only that $5,000 worth. And I thought really that villager is going to jump on that foreigner and finish him off. Shout at him or abuse him or drive him out, saying, how dare you bargain, give money, fix a price for my God, For my Shiva, I thought there is going to be big ruckus, chaos, big scene. I was just keeping quiet. I was really surprised. That villager very simply said, please take it. He gave it away. He said, please take it. Give the money and take the deity. And that Westerner really wanted to carry that as a souvenir. So he gave the money and took it. I think he gave in Indian rupee and took it. That guide, he also made little commission in the fixing the bargain. Everything was done. I was really shocked. Then after that Westerner went away, I caught hold of the guide and caught that farmer, that villager, and asked, how dare you sell your God? He was very cool. And I tell you honestly, he had a telepathy experience with the deity. It was not lie, it's a truth. He was very cool. And he told me very cool way, Swamiji, I did not sell my God. I just sold a stone which I thought as worshipped as God. I will put another stone, and not only that, with this money I will build a temple for that stone. You see, and he was very clear, I will put another stone and do prana pratishtha. And that will become God. Now I did two things. One, satisfied a Westerner and inspiring him in the tradition. You see, he will carry this. It will be a God for him. So in a way, I am responsible for spreading Vedic tradition to one person. True. See, he said, naturally he is going to carry it and worship. And I know the science of doing prana pratishtha. I will put another on stone and worship it as a God. And this new stone is going to do the same work for me, which the old stone was doing. So I have the ability to do prana pratishtha. I was really shocked, understand? See, especially when you have some extraordinary experience with a stone, it is not an easy joke to retain the clarity. I put energy into it. Even though it speaks to me, it is my own trust. It is my ability to do prana pratishtha. This is what I call, even if you have the Daiva Bhakti, you should ultimately know the truth. It is Atma Bhakti. Your own Atman, you are seeing it as God outside. So the Daiva Bhakti should lead you to the depth of Atma Bhakti. I was shocked, a villager can have so much of clarity. And that guy really did not spend that money on himself, and he put another one small deity as Shiva and built a small temple. Not big, but small temple he built with that money. Still the temple is there. Ability to do prana pratishtha, the clarity to have prana pratishtha. Understand? Now, in your life also, because you gave life to the conflict, conflict appears as reality and you really perceive it. Because you perceive it, you forget you gave power to it. Don't forget, even if you perceive it as reality, you gave power to it. That villager, even if he is able to experience that stone as a God, he did not forget the truth, he gave power to it. He did prana pratishtha to it. But in your life, even though you gave power to all the conflicts, after you start perceiving it, you forget you gave power to those conflicts. Remember, retain the ability to do prana pratishtha. When you gave power, when you perceive conflict, take the power back. Put the power on life. It is you who is going to decide whether to give power to conflict or life. Again, life has no conflict, conflict has no life. Life has no conflict, conflict has no life. This is the truth. So, yesterday I received a question from one early participant. Swamiji, sometimes the conflicts are so real. If I go on feeling it is not true, is it not like cheating myself? Where is the line? Understand, he was asking, where is the line for the optimism? Be extreme optimistic. There is no line. There is no line. You cannot be more optimistic in more worse situations than me. Understand? Be extreme optimistic. There is no such thing as borderline for optimism. I tell you, give power to life continuously. Don't even a moment slag and give power to conflict. Optimism means giving power to life, doing prana pratishtha to life. So there is no extreme in optimism. Learn how that villager, he was able to put God in a stone. Immediately next moment he was able to put another one stone and put God in it. Same way, have the ability to move life. If you have given life to conflict, if it is hurting you, just move it to the life. That's all. Nothing else. See what has happened. Even though these guys have tried so much, all possible conspiracy, abusal, scandal, finally imprisoning. What has happened? 53 days. I prepared my body and mind so thoroughly and downloaded all the techniques. When I come out here, people are levitating. And I am telling you honestly that 53 days I made use so thoroughly, so perfectly, I downloaded a new science. Means actually I added something more to me and for my life and for the field in which I am. Just this year, beginning of this year, we were sitting and discussing. Some of the corporate people were sitting and discussing. They were telling, Swamiji, any organization, whether it is a spiritual or corporate or business or for-profit or non-profit, by 7 or 8 year, usually they say the end of the 7th year, they call it stagnant curve. The graph will become stagnant. It's a usual trend in all organizations. That is the crucial year. Either you are going to give a big breakthrough so that it is going to take off or die down. This is the trend, Swamiji. And you are facing that crucial time this year. How are you going to give a breakthrough for takeoff, for flying? I just made a simple statement, very casually. I think we have a video record. I said, all right, I'll make everybody fly. We'll take off. And now we know. Now we have a big, great breakthrough. A new science has landed in the body. New science is expressing. Of course, I know when the samana balancing happens, this levitation or floating on the water or different siddhis starts expressing. But visibly now it is getting reproduced in anybody and everybody. Any biomemory sits in the front and ready to go through the process, simple readiness, willingness. The initiation is happening. And too fast, really I tell you. For Raghupati Yogi it took 6 years to make me levitate. 6 years it took for him. And I think we have not even completed 6 days of early process. Already 50 people at least experienced. 50% have experienced at least psychological and physical levitation. 50 people have experienced at least the physical levitation. And it is not easy joke. You cannot cheat. See, especially in Batmasana and Samana Mudra, try to push your body, nothing will happen. You can push only your hand. Your body can never be lifted. Only when it is really getting lifted by Samana balance, it can happen. Now I saw the stagnant graph is broken. Now we have taken off. Literally taken off. Never to land anymore. No more landing on planet Earth. If at all there is a landing, it is only in Nityananda Loka. So be extremely optimistic. Even in the last moment of what you think as the worst crisis, life can take over. Understand? Trust the life it is. It has the ability to create miracles. Trust life. It has possibility of miracles. Trust life. Every moment is pregnant with the possibility of miracles. Every second can express miracles. Understand? Whatever small miracles what masters express is just to remind you, life is miraculous. Life is miraculous. Understand? This is just like visiting card. Just to remind you, life is miraculous. So have the extreme optimism. Even in the last moment, what you call as life and death situation, even at that moment, life can just take over and tell you, I am here, and create miracles. So have the ability to do prana pratishtha continuously for life. See, whenever you have a conflict, one conflict, life, two are there in you. Give power to life, not to conflict. Give more attention to life, not to the conflict. Reduce your attention and time, thinking process which you supply for conflict. Add more life, more power, more intelligence, more time to life. Spend more time thinking about life. Spend more energy thinking about life. Give more life to life. Give more prana to life. Do more prana pratishtha to life. Don't spend too much time in thinking conflicts. Don't spend too much energy in conflicts. Give more life to life. That is what I call doing prana pratishtha to life. So worship life. Do prana pratishtha to life. That's the only way to be out of depression. So again, conflict-free life, the only way to be out of depression. So let you all live the conflict-free life, experience and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
Karunavataram, samsara saram,
Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is practicing conflict-free life. I want to share a technique with the whole world, because many important things which I shared with you all yesterday will not reach the whole world. At least the essence I wanted to share in the morning message so that it reaches the whole world. Whatever process you all are going through, the essence of those videos are being sent to all satsang centers, but the whole world will really be benefited with this process, with this technique. Conflict is as long as you think there is something other than you. Conflict has no life, life has no conflict. As long as you think there is something other than you exists, the fear or conflict continues to be alive in your system. All you need is tuning your system, tuning your body and mind to understand that there is nothing other than you exists, or there is nothing other than you exists. Please understand. Either there is nothing like you other than the other exists, or nothing like other exists other than you. Very powerful process in Hatha Yoga called Achapa Japa, means chanting beyond chanting. Even the chanting word is not exact translation of japa. Japa means more like a flowing. Flowing without flowing. Chanting without chanting. Ajapa japa. Constantly, knowingly or unknowingly, consciously or unconsciously, your being goes on chanting this Hamsa mantra. When you inhale, the tone hum. When you exhale, sam. When we verbalize, even this hum and sum gets shape. But if you don't verbalize and just observe, the subtle version of hum and sum will be happening. It will not be complete defined hum or defined sum. It's like a sum. See, physically when you see, you have a defined body. When you close your eyes and try to visualize you will have an undefined version of you. It will not be a defined version. An undefined kind of a line drawing, caricature, cartoon, line sketch. Same way, when you sit and listen to this ajapa japa, flowing of non-flowing or beyond flowing, chanting of beyond chanting, if you observe that happening, you will see the line drawing or caricatured version, cartoon version of this Hamsa mantra will be happening. Please do not add that hum or some sound with will. No. I am not asking you to add with will. When you add with will, it becomes japa, means chanting. No. I am not teaching you that. I am telling you to sit and try to find out the mantra. In the beginning, it will be the dull version or undefined version of hum and sam. Slowly, slowly, either hum or sam will disappear. Understand? Hum means the idea, me, I. Sam means the whole. You can call it cosmos, God, or anything other than you, anything beyond you. When the strong defining difference between this hum and sam disappears, you become Paramahamsa. As long as this hum and sam happens in you, you are a Hamsa. When the gap between the sound difference between this hum and sam disappears, means merges into one, that you and he merges into one, the I and you merges into one, you become Paramahamsa. You are beyond the Hamsa. Anybody who is beyond the Hamsa mantra is Paramahamsa. Constantly the Hamsa mantra is happening in you. First thing you need to do is become aware of it. Second thing, constantly try to be with it. Third, automatically the gap between the two will disappear. You are Paramahamsa. Understand? Very powerful technique for practicing conflict-free life. It's a very powerful way of balancing or elevating your internal consciousness beyond the conflict. The teaching which I was sharing yesterday, life has no conflict, conflict has no life, will become reality in you when your Hamsa mantra gets in tune, because any verbalization goes on inside, adds its smell to your breathing. Any verbalization goes on inside, adds its smell to your breathing, means adds its vibration to your breathing. So when you sit with Hamsa, first thing is verbalization, inner verbalization settles down. Only the physiological movements will be happening, means the physiological conflict of going in and coming out. When you sit with that also, even the physiological conflict will disappear. Please understand. As on now, you will not even be having pure hum or pure sam. Along with that hum sound, all the garbage which is going on the head will be going. Along with the sam, all the garbage, chaos happening in the mind will be happening. So when I asked you to sit with Hamsa mantra, the psychological mutation will happen. When you are having only the hum and sum, the psychological mutation will happen. Second step, when you continue to be with just hum and sum, the purified hum and sum will start getting settled with itself. So the difference between the hum and sum will start melting down. That is what I call physiological mutation. When the psychological mutation and physiological mutation happens, it's conflict-free life, living enlightenment. So the straight process, please understand, sitting with hum and sum, psychological mutation. Second, getting into the space where the hum and sum meets and merges, that is physiological mutation. When you work on this process, you will understand how directly it leads to conflict-free life. So, I request all of you to practice conflict-free life. Let you all experience conflict-free life, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. And gives you the clarity, you are not what you think. You are not what you are thinking as you. Be very clear, Kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. It is not second. So, now you need to understand the circle. This is the NS, neutral space. Nityananda Swami. This is the NS, neutral space. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing breath. For you to understand, I expressed this as more space and this as less space. But Shiva says, this is equivalent to this. Because the gap between one thought and the other thought is Kshana. Gap between this thought and this thought is what he calls as Kshana. And he says further, whether you give your attention or not, this space and this space, the NS, the neutral space and the incoming breath, both spaces are equal. But we think this is more because we give too much of attention to it. Even if you give too much of attention to it, this is not more. Let me give you one small example. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel completely comfortable, in tune, you are just relaxed. Even if 2-3 hours passed, you will not know how time flies. Suddenly you realize, oh God, it is already 8 o'clock. I have to run. I have so much of work. Otherwise, if you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel comfortable or with whom you don't feel relaxed, every 5 minutes what you will do? You will see the watch and you will say, what is happening, whether my watch stopped or not? Don't you have any other work? If the number of thoughts are more, it is hell. If number of thoughts are less, you are in heaven. Be very clear, if number of thoughts are more, chronologically same time, but psychologically you feel time is more. Because you give more attention here, you think you have more thoughts here, you think this space is more than neutral space. The breathing space, breathing time is more than the neutral space. Please understand, because you think you are having more thoughts, because you think you are interested in thinking, because you believe you are interested in thinking, because you give more emphasis on your identity, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in reality it is not. It is just psychological game. The kshana of this and kshana of this is one and the same. Kshana of this, kshana of this time, the way in which your mind moves. Because you are having too many number of thoughts, you think this space is more. But in reality, this space is not more. One more thing, how you miss the depth of this space. Here also you have identity, means incoming breath space. Outgoing breath. Here also you have identity. Here also you have identity. Identity is the space which you know. Here you don't have identity. The big problem is, when there is an identity, you are able to connect and see all the identities. You connect and see. Let me be very clear. Let me give you in this way. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing. This is again incoming. This is NS, neutral space. This is neutral space. Because here your identity exists, is again outgoing. It's again outgoing. NS, neutral space, neutral space. Here your identity exists. Here also your identity exists. Your identity exists in this space. Constantly you can connect and see you are connected. But in this gap, because your identity doesn't exist, you don't connect the gaps and see. For example, the thought which came to you 10 minutes ago, the thought which came to you 10 years ago, thought which came to you 20 years ago, they are independent, unclutched, separate thoughts. But thoughts have got identity. Because they have identity, you connect them and see the thought which happened 10 minutes ago is number 1. Thought which happened 1 year ago. Number 2. Thought which happened 10 years ago is number 3. You can connect all of them because they have identity. But the gap which happened 10 minutes ago, the gap which happened 1 year ago, the gap which happened 10 years ago, you don't connect them and see that you are constantly experiencing gaps. The suffering, the depression which you had 10 years ago, the depression which you suffered 7 years ago, the depression which you suffered 3 years ago, the depression which you had yesterday, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. But because they are thoughts, you start connecting all of them and create the shaft of depression. You have an idea that your life is depression. For last 10 years, I am suffering with depression, Swamiji. You create a big shaft. You take all these unconnected, unclutched pieces. Each bit is an unclutched bit. You just take all the unclutched bits. You connect all the shaft and create a shaft. If it is a pain shaft, you try to break it. If it is a joy shaft, you try to increase it. You don't understand, you can neither break the shaft nor elongate the shaft because this shaft doesn't exist. Whether you see it or not, it is pure imaginary shaft. It is pure imaginary shaft. Arambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang: uncover your inner light. Today Patanjali is answering and giving solution for one of the major problems all seekers and human beings face in the life. It is 103rd Sutra of Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. In the second chapter, 52nd verse. Tata Shiyate Prakashavaranam. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as By that, the covering of the light of the chitta is attenuated. Swami Prabhavananda translates as the result of this, the covering of the inner light is removed. Swami Sachidananda translates as its result, the veil over the inner light is destroyed. I'll try to give my translation. Tatakshiyate prakashavaranam. This sutra is the continuation of yesterday's sutra. Patanjali says in the last sutra, the science of absorbing the prana, the life energy, directly, without any means or vehicles, unnecessary load on your system. If you can absorb the highest frequency inside your body without any thought, without thoughts being awakened, that is what Patanjali calls as pranayamaha. Please understand, the whole purpose of pranayama is breathe without thinking. Whenever there is a thinking, breathing is not complete. Breathing does not take energy inside. It takes only air, which is not really necessary to be inside your body. It is the energy which is basic requirement. The prana is the basic requirement. Because prana is mixed in the air, we take the air also. If there are more thoughts, you will take more air, less prana. If there are less thoughts, you will take less air, more prana. Please understand? It's like a vicious circle. If you take more prana, naturally less thoughts will be there. If you have less thoughts, you will take more prana. Or the other way, if you take less prana, there will be more thoughts. If you have more thoughts, you will take less prana. This vicious circle continuously changing the consciousness of your being. Please understand. If you achieve any stability or state of consciousness through yoga, it is stable, but it takes a lot of time. If you achieve any stability or any higher experience through pranayama, it is instant. Same way, stabilizing it takes a lot of time. The right combination is Yoga Vedanta. Yoga, pranayama and Vedantic mental setup. Having a strong foundation of ethics and understanding about life. Please understand. When a Kundalini energy is awakened in you by the master's presence or pranayama or some technique, if your mental setup is based on the eternal truths, for example, what you think as life. If you think life is only the time you are going to live in this body, immediately the energy awakened in you will be drained. If you have the understanding, life is eternal, my identity with this body and mind will be constantly changing. Just this simple understanding about life, the energy awakened will stay in you permanently. Please understand. This is what I call yogic body and Vedic mind and yen life. I am changing it now. Vedic body, yogic body, Vedic mind, yen life. Having a mind which has deeper understandings about life. Life, death, fear, desire, all these major concepts with which you design your life. You make the strategy planning for your life. Again and again I have seen the hypocritic people, people who cheat. Even if you awaken their kundalini, it doesn't stand in their system. I have seen. People ask me, just blowing you can awaken the kundalini. Why don't you do? Somehow that hypocritical mental setup, the mental setup with which people try to only cheat, not try to be centered inside their inner space, true to the truth. Please understand. I wanted to address an important, very important problem today through the sutra. Most of us, in the name of practicality, miss being true to the spiritual truths which you yourself click. See, there are so many hundreds of truths. Really, it clicks with you in your heart. But somehow, in the name of practicality, some foolishness or ignorance, you don't stand true to it. Just last few days, I was reviewing the life of brahmacharis and brahmacharinis. I was sitting and going through what all they are doing, how they are growing, what is happening in their spiritual life. Not being responsible to the truth they themselves believe. You see, for example, there are few truths. Enlightenment is the ultimate goal of life. You need to continuously do spiritual practice and internalize spiritual truths. If these truths does not even click with you, no problem. Then naturally you will live a so-called normal life. Up and tip. Morning up, evening tip. Night up, day tip. Up and tip. You will live that life, no problem. It is like a regular rut. But the moment these great truths clicks with you, especially when you commit to be truthful to those great truths and enter into an infrastructure which is created for that, naturally now you take a different responsibility altogether. Your life is no more yours. You are dedicating that to some higher purpose. Now, the truths which has clicked with you, if you are not honest, true to it, naturally any experience awakened in you will be drained in few seconds. It doesn't take more than few seconds. I have seen. I always tell this as a greatest danger. seekers face. When you enter into a sangha, you stop being honest to the truths and justifying it because somebody else also lives like that. Not being responsible for the truths which clicks with you or the life which you have assumed, which you have taken it upon yourself. See, if you have taken some life upon yourself, suddenly you become responsible for that. A person who takes the life of a doctor becomes suddenly responsible for the patient. Person who takes the life of a seeker becomes responsible to be completely honest, truthful to the truths which clicks inside him. Yogic body means intensely working and aligning your body to the highest peak of health. Vedic mind means intensely adding the deeper and deeper truths of life and establishing those truths as the basic pillar for planning your strategy about life. End life means living those strategy in the life with responsibility. If you don't have end life, we can be very sure you don't have yogic body and Vedic mind. One of the biggest problem seekers and ordinary people face is the low mood because of arrogance. Unable, or not even unable, doesn't want to look into the problem. When you don't want to look into the problem, you enter into a kind of an arrogance which says, okay, what is there? Any after effect, I'll face it. But when it comes only, you will understand, you will not be able to face it. The mind which says it will face will just escape and disappear, dump you and disappear when you really have the problem. I've seen people, they think mentally, if this problem comes, I'll face it. If this problem comes, it's okay, I'll face it. What is there? Even 1 inch of that problem comes, they'll not be there. The mind which said, we will face it, will not be there. Arrogance leads to hypocrisy. Hypocrisy leads to cheating. Cheating leads to cheating yourself, nothing else. Surrendering to your Satan, devil. Surrendering to your own demonic tendencies. Don't think demon means it will come with the 2 big horns and big face, big mustache, and will come and press your chest. No. Morning when you want to get up and go to the Akada, the mood which you feel, oh, today I can escape and Swamiji is not there, I can cheat, if they ask I can say I am sick. That is demon. the mind, the ideas, which does not lets you to be honest to what you yourself believe or what has clicked with you, for what you have taken the responsibility, is demon. That's a straight thing, leads to low mood and depression. Yogic body means squeezing the body and taking the tamas out of it. When you do an intense yoga or do weightlifting, bend your body, the pain which happens in your system is because of the tamas, understand, not because of body. The amount of pain is directly related to the tamas you carry. Decide to squeeze the body, you will suddenly see the pain will not be there. Pain is just your decision and silent cooperation to your tamas. Nothing else. So by the time you bend your body 3 times, 4 times, oh, I think I have done too much. Who is watching? Who is seeing? It's okay. Same way, by the time you sit in the office and do some 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something here and there, let's go and lie down in the room. Who is going to watch in this huge crowd? Nobody is going to watch. But who is going to fall into the ditch of depression? You. Nobody else. Not being honest to the truths which clicked with you is what I call covering of the inner light. See, if the truth has never clicked with you, no problem. If you never even believed once that enlightenment is the ultimate possibility in the life, that should be the goal. And I am beyond body and mind, no problem. Then get out of this place, and this place is not for you, and this satsang is not for you, this spirituality is not for you. Then you run around. What do you want to be doing? I have seen people doing that. Let them live as they want, no problem. At least you will not have a Sangha Sabha. You will not have one more sin of Guru Droha. When you take up these great truths as a responsibility of your life, understand, then suddenly your very necessity to exist changes. If you are a doctor in the society, your necessity to exist is curing some patients. If you are true to that necessity, that's enough. If you are an engineer, your necessity to exist is just build some buildings, infrastructure. So if you do that, that's enough, done. If you are a lawyer, your necessity to exist is defend the Constitution. Protect the people who are victimized by the police. So your necessity to exist, if that is fulfilled, done, no problem. But your necessity to exist, if that is not honored, the inner light is covered. Life lived with the inner light covered is depression. Usually whenever people come to me with some disease, either I heal or I tell them to take up any other therapies required. Whatever I can heal, I tell them, I'll heal it, don't worry. If I feel maybe they need some therapies from outside, I tell them, go and have that out therapy also. See, not having clicked with the higher truths is not sin. But having clicked with the higher truths, but not being honest to those truths is the worst sin. Especially taking up a life, for example, you are an ordinary person, somebody comes to you and says, he is having heart attack. If you don't do anything to him, if you don't protect him, save him from the heart attack, you are not a sinner because you don't know. You have not taken the responsibility of a doctor. But if the same guy goes to the doctor, and if the doctor does not try his best to save his life, it's a sin. It is against the oath which he has taken, the hypocrisy oath. Just because of the responsibility you have taken, you are bound to live the truth honestly to the extreme possibility. Just because of the truth has clicked and you have taken the life to honor the truth which has clicked with you, now it is your responsibility to be honest to those truths. Not being honest to the truths based on which you took the life is what I call covering of the inner light. That is what I call demon. Sit and look in. Let everything boil down to few truths. Actually, your whole life, why you are running, why you are functioning, will boil down to few truths. So again and again be honest to those few truths. You will see the inner covering is removed. The inner covering being removed is the fruit of pranayama. Means absorbing the pranic energy directly from the cosmos without breathing. Absorbing the pranic energy from the cosmos will lead to the uncovering of the inner light. Means the mood swing will disappear. As long as you have the mood swing, you are not being honest to the very understandings on which you built the life. You built the decisions of your life. The only way is tear your body and mind and offer it to fulfill those truths. It is tyaga, renunciation, the only way, one and only way. Upanishads declare very clearly, tyage naike amritatva manasuhu. They don't say, tyaga is one path to achieve the eternity. No, they say, tyage naike, the only path to achieve the eternity. There is no shortcut. That shortest cut is straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Shortest cut is straightforward path, nothing else. Tyage naike amritatva manasu. It is only the utter renunciation, honesty and integrity that can remove the mood swings and uncover the inner light. Pranayamaha, breathing without thinking. The honest breathing without thinking. Please understand the word honest breathing means life movement happening in you with the honesty to the truths you believe. You will not have any thoughts. Please understand. Thoughts are nothing but you trying to justify the life movements happening in you, which is not honest and true to the truths you believe are clicked with you as life. Please understand. Any great truth which has clicked with you as a basic strategy for life, as a basic idea to run the life, if you are honest to it, you don't need to have thoughts. Look into yourself. If you are having thoughts to function, live your day-to-day life, you are deviating from the honest thoughts or the foundation on which you are building the life. For example, if you pick up the basic truths which clicked in your life, on which you are building the foundations of your life, and living, being true to that foundation, you don't need thoughts to run your day-to-day life. No. You don't require thoughts to run your day-to-day life, including your job. Even if you are handling publication department where you need to write, you can just write without thinking. Whole day I am just speaking without thinking, but every day something new comes out. It's not that you are wondering, I am also wondering. Just because I built my very life on the honest truths which I believe, and I am being completely honest to those truths. That is what I call living as per the cosmic law. Living as per the cosmic law means living with the honest truths on which you put your foundation. If you feel, oh God, there is no truth I honestly believe or clicked, then you are Chandala. Better try to click with some truth, or there is no or. Just try to work, dig out and click with some higher truths. If you compromise with those truths which has clicked with you for the sake of luxury and wealth, you are Vaishya. If you compromise with those honest truths for the sake of power and name and fame, you are Kshatriya. If you compromise those great honest truths for no proper result or no proper reason, just foolish ignorance, you are fourth varna. If you don't compromise with that honest truth and live being established in it, and there is no inner darkness, no depression, you are a Brahmana. If you are at least trying honestly to be truthful to those great truths, you are a seeker. But any moment you give up, you are patita, fallen on. The honest truths which clicked with you, on which you built your foundation, for which you took the responsibility of life, be established on it without hypocrisy. You will see thoughtless breathing will be happening in you. The direct absorption of prana will be happening in you. You can do it in two ways. Either create Vedic mind so that pranayama happens in you, or create yogic body, pranayama will happen in you. As I said, bend your body, squeeze the body and get the depression, get the laziness out of it. Put the extreme physical practices like intense Surya Namaskars on your body. Of course, don't destroy it, don't have anger towards it, with the feeling of training it, making it better. Then naturally you will not abuse it.